Good morning, and welcome to the official broadcast of the 10th annual Ironman Erg Classic. I'm Anthony Proya, first varsity coxswain here on the Don Bosco Prep Crew Team, and I'm proud to lead you through most of the events today. Now, of course, this event is back in person this year here on Don Bosco Prep. It's been virtual the past 2 years, and may I say, on behalf of all of us rowing here, it's good to be back. So yes, right behind me is where all the action will be taking place. These ergs all lined up, 20 of them in total. So this is where the action is going to be happening. Now, the first race we have for you today will be held at 8:45 a.m. It is the Women's Masters Lightweight 2K, the Women's Masters 2K, and the Women's Open 2K. That will be followed by the Men's Masters Lightweight 2K, and then we get into the coxswain events. Now, those events will be starting in just a few minutes. Stay tuned to the live stream for high-quality coverage of all the events today. Ready? Attention. Go. And the first race of the day is off. The Women's Masters 2K Lightweight, the Women's Masters 2K, and the Women's Open 2K. They are off. A pretty even race coming out right out of the gate. We can see ergs 13, 12, and 9 all holding pretty steady in the front as we pass through the first 200 meters of the race. From PRA, Eaton on erg number 15, it seems, is pulling out in front with a 27 stroke rate and a 148 split. Pulling out steadily ahead of the pack as we exit the first 200 meters of the race. As the rowers settle into their standard 2K race paces, we see that Eaton from PRRA is still holding strong in front with a 25 stroke rate and a 153 split. And we can see that Ingracia, who is unaffiliated today, is holding steadily behind, about 6 and 7 meters holding at about a 36 stroke rate and a 153 split. Really trying to close that gap. Both of them are holding out pretty far ahead of the pack. It looks like the race for third is being slightly edged out by Holzman, also from PRRA, holding slightly out over Victoria, also from PRRA, by a distance of about 4 meters. All right, most of the rowers passing the 1,500 meter mark as we're about 2 minutes into the race. All rowers seem to be holding well their standard 2K paces. Seems like Holzman is pulling out from Victoria slightly to claim the third place spot, starting to extend the distance between them, about 12 meters between them now. As Eaton from PRRA continues to hold her lead, now comfortably extending it about 12 meters out from the second place spot. Okay, about 3 minutes in, about 1,200 meters to go, almost halfway through. Rowers seem to be holding pace very well. Holzman for PRRA in the third place spot seems to be starting to close in on the second place spot. Ingracia, who is unaffiliated today. That gap is slowly closing. It'll be interesting to see during the sprint if we could see any major movement there, although she may be able to bridge the gap before the sprint. We see our top 3 places are starting to pull away from the rest of the pack as of now. As Eaton continues to extend her very sizable lead over second place Ingracia, about 18 meters between them. As Holzman is just neck and neck with Ingracia for the second place spot. It is a tight lock battle for second place here, just about a couple of meters separating them. This is going to go down to the wire for second place here. Eaton is holding strong in first place with a 22 stroke rate, 202 split. Holding about 22 meters ahead pretty comfortably, but it's, man, Holzman and Ingracia are in a deadlock battle for second. It looks like just about Holzman has taken the second place spot from Ingracia. It'll be interesting to see if she can get that back about 4.5 minutes into the race, and we are just about over halfway through, as most rowers have passed the 1,000 meter mark. It looks like second place Holzman is now about 25 meters behind Eaton, who has maintained a steady first place position for the entire race. It looks like that she may be trying to close in on Eaton in the late stages of the race. Most rowers are passing the 750 meter mark. It'll be interesting to see if Holzman makes a big move during the sprint, because it seems that she may be approaching striking distance of the first place spot. And Gracia just about holding on to that third place position, about 6 meters ahead from Victorio from PRRA. Okay, the rower in front, Eaton, the front runner, is just about passing the 500-meter mark. We are just about entering the sprint zone. Some rowers like to sprint earlier, some like to sprint later, but this is generally the sprint zone, folks. If any move is to be made, now is the time. We'll see if Holzman can really bridge that gap with Eaton. Victorio from PRRA seems to be holding third place, looks like about 10 meters off from Ingracia, who is currently holding fourth. The top four seem to be holding a very comfortable distance from the rest of the race. All right, first place rowers entering the final 250 meters of this race. This is where it gets interesting, folks. Eaton is holding first place, seems to be slightly extending her gap in first place. Holzman seems to be keeping pace, but will she gain? About 7 minutes into the race. Victoria seems to be holding the third place spot very comfortably, with Ingracia back about 20 meters behind. Eaton's currently going at a 25 stroke rate with a 153 split, holding first place, while Holzman's really trying to make that move at 36 stroke rate with a 148 split. Sprinting hard, and wow. Just about now this first place contest has gone down to the wire. It looks like Victorio from PRRA will take the second place spot. It seems to me that Holzman finished right before Eaton from PRRA. It looks like she bridged that gap, but it looks like Time Team or Regatta System can't quite make a decision there. It seems that they both hit their 157.1. Now battle for third place. It looks like Yearlings, who is unaffiliated today, will be taking the third place spot in this race, as the first and second place positions are so razor thin.
Great job by our women competitors. If you are in a men's category, men's masters, men's lightweight, men's open, you should be finishing your warm-up and getting ready in the marshalling tent, please. Make sure you know your erg number. Your erg number is on the heat sheet. Sir, let's wait till the women are done before we warm up.
As the final racers finish out, it seems that first and second place are slightly contested here due to how close everything is, but it looks like third place is clear for Yearlings, who's unaffiliated.
Check 1, 2. Check. Check.
All right. Men's open lightweight and masters competitors, please stop.
It says it's
rowing.
men's
Stop
masters,
rowing.
men's masters lightweight,
Let
men's
your
open.
flag
Men's masters
wheel
open and lightweight.
come to
Okay.
a stop
That's right.
and prepare
All right,
to
I'm
race.
guessing men's masters, men's
Men's
lightweight.
masters, men's
While we're
masters,
waiting for the flag
lightweight,
wheel to
men's masters,
stop,
men's
please
open,
look
lightweight,
at the
men's
monitor
open.
and make sure that your name appears on the monitor. If it's someone else's name, they get your result.
Have them tell me when I'm
I
hot.
was thinking you gotta cue you in.
Yeah. Have them cue me.
Okay, sit ready, sit ready. Follow the starting command on your monitor, not my voice. Here we go. Ready? Attention. Go.
And we're off with the men's masters 2K lightweight, men's masters 2K, men's open 2K lightweight, and the men's open 2K, the second race of the day. Pulling ahead in both 17 and 18, we got Arnott and Bendars. Keeping close together, trading back and forth in the lead. Number 19, in erg 19, Zork also climbing up, keeping steady in the top three as we pass the 200-meter mark. Taking the lead in erg 18 is Bednars, holding the lead for now. Staying with the head pack is the man in erg number 14, Barons, staying with them. Right now, you're leading five, ergs 18, 17, 16, 19, and 14. Barons at Bednars leading the group. The two Zorks in 19 and 16 are staying close behind. $1,600 meters left in this second race of the day. Thank you everybody for joining us. Maintaining the lead and taking the lead is Arnott in erg 17. Arnott and Bednars through the 1,500 meters left to go through the first 500. They're both pulling about 140 split. Arnott is taking the lead by about 5 meters at this point. Bednars staying close behind. Right behind him, the two Zorks and Barons in erg 14. $1,400 meters left. $1,300 meters left. Arnott taking a little bit more of a lead, pulling out about 15 meters ahead of Bednars in erg 18, but still a good bit of racing left to do. Zork and Bednarz. Zork in erg 19, pulling up close for second place. Behrens in erg 14 is keeping it competitive as well. He's still pulling about a 140 split right now. Behrens is keeping in with the rest of this head pack. Not too far behind is also in erg 3, Caputa, pulling a 142 split right now. With about 1,000 meters left in this race, Arnott is still holding a commanding lead by about 30 meters, but still half of this race left to go. Bednarz has pulled ahead a bit of the two Zorks. He is in second place. Your top three right now, you have Arnott in erg 17, Bednarz in erg 18, and Behrens running in the 14, holding down number 3, in close with erg number 19 with Zork. Arnott pulling ahead a little bit more of Bednarz as we reach about 750 meters left in this men's masters, men's open, 2K, lightweight and regular. Arnott in erg 17 has the lead by about 56 meters. Less than half of this race to go. Plenty of time. 14, erg number 14, B.A. Behrens, he is pulling closer to, he is now pulled into second place, ladies and gentlemen, about 60 meters out from 17. Arnott in the lead, right behind him. Number 18, 66 meters behind. That's Bednarz, pulling a 147 split right now. We are approaching a quarter left of this race. We're approaching 500 meters left, ladies and gentlemen. Arnott in erg 17 still has a lead of about 70 meters, but it could get closed quickly. Behind him, Behrens has now surpassed Bednarz for second place by a little bit more, closing the gap between him and 17. Close behind Behrens for third place in ergs 18, Bednarz, and erg number 3, Caputa, who is still keeping this competitive. 500 meters left. Arnott is pulling a 135 split as we come into this final 500. Everybody is pulling hard. Closing down. Arnott is still holding first place as we get closer, as we approach 250 meters left in this race. Behrens taking a little bit more of a lead for second place. He's in erg number 14. Arnott with the commanding lead with only 250 meters left in this race. It's going to be a fight for second place between Caputa in erg 3 and Behrens in 14. Right behind them, Bednarz in 18 and Zork in 19 and 16. We're about 6 minutes into this race, approaching the finish line. Arnott is in the lead. Looks like he will take it. It's going to be a fight still for second place. Behrens pulling a 138 split right now, fighting for second place. Caputa catching up, pulling a 135. 6 minutes and 18 seconds in, and 6:20 is what they're going to call it for Arnott. 6:19.6. Now a fight for second place. Caputa pulling up behind Behrens. Behrens about 50 meters left. It looks like he is going to take third place. Second place, that is. Third place, a fight between Caputa and Bednarz in erg 18. They're fighting for it, and Caputa takes third place. Fourth place goes to Bednarz. Fifth place is going to be a close one between the two Zorks. It looks like it is going to be L. Zork taking third place, fourth place, fifth place, that is, sorry. Behind them, P. Evers, S. Sweeney in 12 and 8. Now finishing Jay Crilly in erg number 9. C. McGowan in erg 10, pulling up close, and he is going to end it right there, 7:15. Now stick around, ladies and gentlemen, for the coxswain event next. Now finishing erg number 5, Rydell, erg number 6, Stewart, and 7, Seahouse. Hawkins and Leahy also pulling in the end. Hawkins is going to finish in erg number 2. That's where they will end it. And Leahy pulls in behind him. He was in erg number 4. Acunia's in erg 15, pulling close to the end, about 50 meters left for him in this race, pulling a 2:03 split. About a 1:58 split for him in the end, and that is it for this second race of the day. And ladies and gentlemen, for the third race of the day, we are off with the women's and men's 1K coxswain race. Taking the lead in erg 15 is Stamos, followed closely by A. Mundy. In erg 13, he has taken the lead. Mundy is holding the lead steadily now. We're through about 100 meters, 900 left to go. Mundy takes a commanding lead, followed behind by Stamos at 15, Fox in 12, Nash in 10, and 16 is Laureano. Stamos taking a bigger lead now, strengthening his lead. And we have a few shout outs we'd like to give. In this race, Netra Takar, message for her, go Neth, you got this, love mom, dad, and Naira. For Alex Stamos, who right now is in second place in erg 15, we have a message, I am the one who knocks, good luck, from Heisenberg. And for Anthony Proya right now, he's rowing in this race as well in erg 18, only 40 meters behind the lead. The message is, don't take it easy, Proya. Mundy making the lead bigger and bigger now, leading by about 18 meters. 18 meters with 6:50 left to go, approaching the halfway point, pulling a 1:57 500 split. Close behind, pack behind him, about 17, 18 meters back, is Stamos, Oliendo, C. Nash, and G. Laureano in 15, 17, 10, and 16, respectively. Right behind them, you got 12, 19, and 18. That's Fox Ward and Bosco's very own Anthony Proya. The lead is getting closed down by a little bit. Mundy now only leads by about 13 meters. Leando is creeping up on him, pulling a 1:59 sub-2 split. Tied for second place right now. Stamos and Leando creeping closer and closer. The crowd here is ecstatic watching these coxswains row. Mundy maintaining the lead. We have reached and are surpassed the halfway point. About 400 meters left in this race. Very close competition so far. Mundy maintaining the lead by only about 10 meters. Stamos, Leando, and Laureano are all vying for it. Nash creeping up as well, only 20 meters out from the lead. Right behind him, Ward and Proya. Proya about 50 meters out. He can make this comeback if he pushes hard. Mundy in the lead still, 13 pole and a 2-minute split. About 2:50 left in this race. About a quarter left in this race. Mundy with the lead. Leando and Stamos close behind him. Laureano also creeping up. For now, he is in second place right with Leando. Laureano takes second place. He's creeping closer, 15 meters out from Mundy. Mundy needs to close this out strong. He's pulling a 1:57. 3 minutes into this race, he's pulling closer to the finish line. erg 17, Leando. He's pulling close for third place. Right behind him, A. Stamos and C. Nash right behind. Proya inching a little closer. Right behind Ward in erg 19. Mundy, however, has this lead as we pull close to our finish line. 3 minutes and 25 seconds into this competition so far. Mundy now in erg 13. Has the lead by about 15 meters. He needs to close this out. Mundy, Laureano, and Leando in the top three. Proya pulling hard still, fighting to get back. And as we close in, it is going to be, it's going to be a close one, ladies and gentlemen. It is A. Mundy, number 2, G. Laureano, 3, Oliendo. 4 is going to be close between Nash and Stamos. It's going to be Nash, then Stamos, then Ward. And coming in sixth place is Anthony Proya, ladies and gentlemen. Seventh place, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it is Anthony Proya. Now the race is still going on. The women closing close, and Takar. She's pulling closer. She's in the lead for the pack that she is leading. Only a few meters out. It is close. Only a few meters left. She's pulling closer. She gets it. Right behind him, G. Fox pulling in, and he finishes the race 4 minutes and 42 seconds. We're at 4:45 right now. We have the end. Resterio ends her race at 4:46.5. Goes behind K. Martinez, 4:55. And Nuntzen at 4:57.6. Closing in as well, Magana ended with a 4:46.6. Bateman closes with a 5:08. Los Calzo ends with a 5:13. Du Sanchez with 5:16. A great race, everybody. Smith closing in on the end. Gonna end it with a 5:28 in erg 6.
Keep going, you're doing great. Keep going, keep going.
170 meters out.
All right, well done to all of our coxswain competitors. Next race up.
And we have
women,
ended.
7th and 8th grade.
First place Mundi, Mundi second, Laureano, third Liendo, and Bosco's very own Anthony Proya and G. Fox have taken 7th and 8th place. Great job, gentlemen and ladies. Ladies and gentlemen.
7th and 8th grade, flight 1. Feel free to find your racer and warm up on your
Top 3
racer.
for the women, Takar, Rasterio, and
Race
Martinez.
begins in 6 minutes. 6 minutes to race time. Women, 7th and 8th grade, flight 1.
You didn't get that last. Great job, Proya. Yes. We got it.
Yeah, but do they go on the live stream?
Yeah, they're on live stream.
But not on here. You can't hear them here.
I don't believe so. Sorry.
Can you make announcements?
I do shout outs, that's
Like
all.
this will go all over?
No, it goes on the live stream.
I need it out. We have nothing. Coach Mark is the only one that can do out here.
I don't know. Talk to this group. Yo, if you guys see Proya. Steve, did Proya come back here? You alright, boss man?
But I don't know. That's like out of everybody. So no.
I lost him by about 40 seconds. You know what? It's fine. I did it with 10.
I don't know how I did in terms of the men's. There's a good chance a couple of those women beat me, but
Hey, do you have to race again today?
no.
I may not beat you, but I showed him dominance by using pants.
You did.
It is true.
Grady.
Four women were asking me what his name was.
Brady's definitely a top. There you go. I'm more of a power bottom myself.
Harry, who do you race? Right now. You got a few minutes. Harry, you got a few minutes. Among guards in my room trying to steal money.
Hi. Coach, I improved like 15, 20 seconds on last year. What? Yeah. Coach, I improved like 15 seconds on last year. If I do that again next year, I'm looking pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely.
begins in 3 minutes. Please make sure you know your erg number. Proceed to your race erg and feel free to warm up.
See, it's like it's a little bit different, but it does have a different connotation. Instead of saying, oh, he's using it, saying he's. I didn't think about that. It's just for air display. You want to keep everything in the up and up, you know? Yo, have you guys seen Mr. E? I can't find Mr. E.
You know what, Julian? Later, you're going to be remembering this. As you're sitting on the ground coughing for air and be like, you know what, Julian, I think you had a little more. You were doing like a 148. I wanted you to do like a 140. So, you know.
He's going to be throwing up. I wanted you to do a 120.
And
120.
I'm going to say Fattergas Connor Carroll.
Oh, Brian, do you want to go?
Depending on how good he's doing, I'm going to say Mr. Fattergas himself, Connor Carroll. What? Sound, I can't.
All right, you can do the next one.
Make sure that is your name listed on the monitor.
Yo.
Okay, everyone sit ready? Follow the commands on your monitor. Here we go. Attention, go!
And ladies and gentlemen, we are off with the women's 7th and 8th grade 1K race. Pretty close in the competition so far. Taking the lead is Clemente in boat 17. Right behind in ergs 10, 12, and 6. And now taking the lead, Clemente in 11. 10 is Isaacs, and 6 is Mendelson. Right behind her is Rastiro in erg 16. Mendelson takes the lead, Clemente just behind. Right behind her is Rastiro, 1, 2, and 3. Rastiro surpasses Clemente for the time being. with about 800 meters left in this 1K race. Mendelson taking a little bit more of a lead, but it's still close. Only about 2 meters separate 1 and 2, Mendelson and Rastiro. Right behind her is Isaacs, followed by Clemente and Dezelin. Clemente taking back the third place, the third place spot. However, Fila is catching up quickly. For only 3 meters separates 1 and 2. Mendelson and Rastiro right now 12 meters behind first place, and Clemente and Fila just about tied. Fila is going to surpass Clemente for that third place. Clemente is still just behind for the fourth place spot. Mendelson lengthening the lead a little bit, now 7 meters between 1 and 2 with 6:50 left in this race. About 1 minute and 27 into this race so far. Erg number 6, Mendelson, is winning. Right behind Rastiro in 16 and Fila in 15. Behind them, 11, 14, 12, 10, and 7. That's Clemente Sanchez, Dezelin, Isaacs, and Luna. Now, the first place is lengthening the lead a little more. It is Mendelson taking it by about 18 meters, pulling a 2 even split. 1 minute and 51 seconds left in this race. 1 minute and 51 seconds into this race so far. Approaching to the halfway point. And then it's going to be 2 minutes into this race, right as first place Mendelson passes 500 meters. 500 meters left in this 1K race. She is ahead. Mendelson is ahead by 20 per meters. Behind in second and third place is Fila and Rastiro. Fila in 15 and Rastiro in 16.
John Water.
All right, well done to Flight 1 of our women's 7th and 8th grade. Flight 2, women's 7th and 8th grade.
All right,
As soon as your erg has been wiped down, you may proceed to warm up.
Your audio is fine.
For all of our adult men's categories, adult women's categories, and
1, 2, check, check. 1, 2, check. 1, 2, check.
Turn me up, turn me up.
1, 2, 1. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1.
It's clear now, it's perfect. The reason why we got static is because this is off and that's on.
So did we not get any
So, if this turns off, I don't know what happened. Is this live coming through? This audio right now?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Anthony Proya back here reporting from the Ironman Erg Classic. We will be getting right back to it in just a minute with the men's 7th and 8th grade 1K, Flight 1, in just a few moments. Stay tuned. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the men's 7th and 8th grade 1K. We will be starting in just a few moments. Ready. Attention. Go, and they are off. A pretty even field to start the race as they get in their first few big strokes of the race. Still a fairly even field to start it, folks. It seems that Stevens of SMA is pulling ahead to the front, and with a stroke rate of 41 and a rate of 139. Stevens holding out comfortable in front with a stroke rate of 40 and a split of 145. Gagnon from MRC holding strong at a 148 for second place. And then about 17 meters behind that, Richardson from RC is holding a solid 29 stroke rate and a 148 split. Seems like we have a solid top three as of now, folks, as we're about a minute in. Yep, looks like we have a solid top three cohort, as it looks like our top three is holding about 14 to 15 meters ahead of the rest of the pack. And Gagnon has taken the lead from Stevens by just a couple of meters. This is razor thin, folks, right in front. Gagnon is holding the lead. Stevens very close behind, just 4 meters behind, and Richardson neck and neck with him. It is a battle for second place. Manny from NBC holding a solid, it looks like he'll be holding fourth.
Oh my god. That's pretty funny.
About 2 minutes in and about halfway through the race, Gagnon from MRC is still holding on to the lead. Stroke rate of a 29, split of 156. All right, Gagnon from MRC is holding the lead, but Richardson is making a move just 2 meters behind. It's a hotly contested battle as the rowers are beginning to start their sprints. 300 meters to go. The top two seem to be holding off the rest of the pack. It looks like Mandy from Nereid will be holding third, just a bit ways behind, about 18 meters behind the first and second place contenders. All right, as we pass through the final 250, it looks like we are entering the split. Stroke rates are climbing. Gagnon in first by just barely a hair, holding about a 29 stroke rate and a 159 split. Richardson is taking the lead, leading by just 2 meters over Gagnon. This is going to be razor thin, folks, for first place. About 3.5 minutes in, Richardson from RC is beginning to pull away. A 32 stroke rate, 149 split. As we're in these final moments, it looks like Richardson is going to pull ahead and win it for first, with Gagnon close behind in second, just inching ahead of Mandy, who will claim third. That was a hotly contested first 3 places, folks. Just a fraction of a second separating all of them.
You got the camera? Can you grab it?
The next event, ladies and gentlemen, will be the men's high school freshman novice 2K. Many home Bosco rowers competing in that event. It should be very exciting. I'll see you then. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're just waiting for the start of Flight 2 of the men's 7th and 8th grade 1K. We'll be starting in just a few minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the event is just about to begin. This is flight 2 of the men's 7th and 8th grade 1K. And they are off. Pretty even start here. Got to start here pretty even as we get through those first big strokes. As we get 100 meters in, it seems that from Penn, Kokas is pulling out in front, just slightly above the head of the pack, about 6 meters ahead. And he seems to be pulling away early. The interesting thing to see, ladies and gentlemen, is as these rates cool down and they settle into their mid-race paces, how that might change. But as of now, from Penn, G. Kokas is comfortably in front, about 18 meters ahead of the rest of the pack, at a 40 stroke rate and a 140 split. All that about 700 meters in, and about a minute into this race. Now the real contest, folks, as of now, it looks like is for second place. Both from MRC, Reed and Moon are neck and neck, both about 26 meters behind Kokas for second place. That is seems to be the real race here, ladies and gentlemen, is for second. Reed and Moon are neck and neck here. Moon is just edging over Reed, but barely by a meter. G. Kokas from Penn continues to extend his lead, about 36 meters ahead of the rest of the pack. All this about halfway through the race, ladies and gentlemen, about a minute 40 in. In front, G. Kokas from Penn is holding about a 37 stroke rate and a 140 split. It seems that Moon is starting to pull ahead of Reed ever so slightly with a 31 stroke rate and a 146 split. But it looks like Reed is not going to let that go unchallenged. He's rowing at a 33 stroke rate and a 148 split. Reed is keeping that rate up. Definitely not giving up here, folks. He is still in it. He is still in it. As he sits in third place, looks like we're settling in more into positions. It looks like about 8 meters Moon has on Reed at this point, slightly pulling ahead. And then from Penn, G. Kokas is definitely clearly our front runner here as he enters the final 250 of the race, the sprint zone, ladies and gentlemen. He has consistently held about a 39 to 40 stroke rate this whole race, and is currently at a 138 split. Oh, this is about 2 minutes 45 seconds into the race, as most all the rowers are passing into the final 250 and the sprint. The top four have asserted themselves comfortably in front of the rest of the pack here. It seems that Kokas is really getting that sprint on rate 46 and a 133 split. It looks like he will comfortably reach that first place mark. It seems that Moon will get the second place spot in the end, just inching out Reed in those final seconds with a 36 stroke rate and 145 split. And it looks like that Reed will reach third place there. That entire that really top, places 2 through 4 very tight. So the final numbers. In first place from Penn, G. Kokas is the winner of this race with a time of 3 minutes 17.5 seconds. All right, so as we finish up this race, ladies and gentlemen, the next race will be the men's high school freshman and novice 2K. This will be exciting as many home Bosco rowers from right here on the Don Bosco Prep campus will be racing. Should be very exciting to see. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the men's high school freshman and novice Duque, the first flight. The race will begin in just a few moments.
What'd you do? We lost that camera. One up there.
Here they go. Attention, go. And they're off. Pretty even starts across the board, ladies and gentlemen. As we pass through the first 50 meters, still a pretty open field. It's still pretty much anybody's race. And here we go. Our front runners are emerging from Nereid Boat Club. Chikshavili is pulling a stroke rate of 30 and a split of 136. Pulling out in front about 7 meters ahead of Pena Rodriguez from BCRA. And followed closely behind from Nereid is M. Geragati, who is holding about 16 meters behind the first place. As we're about 300 meters in and the rowers start to settle into their mid-race paces, it seems that Chikshavili from Nereid is pulling out comfortably ahead. It reminds me of the last race, as the gentleman from Penn did as well. About 32 meters ahead from the rest of the race. But once we get to second place, things do get pretty interesting. Only roughly about 8 meters separate the second place, Pena Rodriguez, from the third place, Geragati. While the first place, Chikshavili from Nereid, is far ahead, about 500 meters in, with a stroke rate of 30, split 142. For second place, it's anybody's race. Pena Rodriguez is holding on by about 2 meters ahead of Conway. And Conway has taken second place by a hair. Our list about 2 minutes in, about 600 meters into the race. Conway is starting to establish something of a lead, starting to establish about 4 meters ahead. As Chikshavili from Nereid is once again pulling far ahead, about 56 meters ahead of the rest of the pack, with a rate of a 28 and a split of a 149. All this about 2.5 minutes into the race and about 800 meters in. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we're about 3 minutes into the race, and the rowers are about in their mid-race paces, we see that the placements are becoming a lot more defined. Chikshavili from Nereid is still comfortably ahead, about 53 meters to be exact, as we are about halfway through the race with a rate of 29 and a split of 152. Conway once again solidifying a solid second place position. A little over 10 meters separating him from the third place competitor Shea, who's about 71 meters behind first place and just about 20 behind the second place. As most of the rowers pass about halfway through the race, we are just about hitting the 4-minute mark. This is where the going gets tough in the 2K. They're about halfway through, and this is really what separates the good from the great, is this part of the race. Anybody can do well at the beginning, but it's once really the second half of the race is really where it's won. Chikashvili is still holding on to a solid first place position for Nereid as we enter about 750 meters to go, holding about 45 meters ahead of Conway, who is holding a solid second place. Both first and second place are setting pretty solid leads for themselves. They're going to be hard to catch at this point in the race. They've really kind of have enough assurance there of being far ahead. About 40 meters behind the second place competitor is Shea. And it looks like third place will be hotly contested. He's holding on to third place by about 4 meters. And across the board, it's very close there for that third place position. So as we're entering the final 500, the sprint zone for 2Ks, it seems that first and second place are pretty safe. But third place is anybody's game here. Shea and Castro Segura are neck and neck. Castro Segura just inching ahead of Shea. You see Castro Segura with that 34 stroke rate and that 153 split, just beating out at that 35 stroke rate from Shea with a 153 split. He's now matching that power from Castro Segura. He's not going to let that position go without a fight. Castro Segura about 5 meters ahead. Not a lot of wiggle room in third place. Third place is where it gets exciting, folks. First and second again are pretty solidified as ahead. Chikashvili from Nereid, as we enter the final 250, is pulling a 34 stroke rate, a 153 split, and is comfortably in the lead about 46 meters ahead of second place Conway with a 33 stroke rate and a 144 split. Castro Segura, also from Nereid, is just about inching ahead of Shea, about 11 meters between them as we enter the final 250 for them. As we're just about approaching the 7-minute mark, we are getting into the final stages of this 2K. The finish line is in sight. Chikashvili from Nereid Boat Club will be taking the first place spot with a final time of 7:10.4. And Conway, about 24 meters behind, will take the second place position comfortably with a time of 7 minutes, 17 seconds, .1. And it seems that Castro Segura will just about barely get that with about 7 meters separating him from the fourth place position. He will finish with 7 minutes, 30 seconds flat. As the rest of the rowers come to a finish, just to recap, in first place with a time of 7 minutes, 10.4 seconds. From Nereid Boat Club, Chikashvili will be taking the first place spot. And roughly 7 seconds behind him in second place, Conway will take the second place spot. And in third place, at about 7 minutes, 30 seconds flat from Nereid Boat Club, Castro Segura will be taking the third place position. The second flight will begin in just a few moments, and we'll be seeing a lot of Bosco rowers erging on home turf. It'll be exciting to see how the boys do. And our fearless leader of the media club, Mr. Zach Qureshi, who you can find at ZQ Photos, will be commentating that next race. We're excited to have him, and we'll see you then.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My bad, good morning. Here we have the men's high school freshman novice 2K. Joey. Ready? Attention. Go. All right, starting off the 2K strong, we have Sadaf from Montclair High School, Van Einstein from Bosco, and Kamal from NBC starting off the race hot. We just reached the first 50-meter mark, about to head to the first 100-meter mark. In first place, we have Kamal from NBC, Kaya Makami from MHS, and Kamal 3 meters behind from NBC. Smith of RC is at 9 meters behind first place. 12 meters behind first place, we have Fidel from Montclair High School. By barely even a meter, we have Fidel from Montclair, Degabi from Bosco, and Smith from RC falling shortly behind by 15, 17, and 18 meters. Kamal still holding a strong second place from NBC, 7 meters behind Kaya Makami from Montclair High School. Just reached the first 300-meter mark. We are now at 1,700 meters left to go. Third place becoming a little bit more distance was Fidel from Montclair falling 18 meters behind, with Degabi from Bosco at 21 meters behind. Seton Hall Prep showing out with 32 meters behind. Ryan from RC now in 5th place. Costello from Seton Hall Prep at 6. We just had a change in position. At 2nd place now we have Degabi from Bosco and Fidel from Montclair switching spots. 3rd and 4th places. Kamal still holding on at 2nd place from NBC. And then we have Kaya Makami from Montclair still holding that strong 1st place lead. Now we have Kamal from NBC cutting in at 2 meters to 1st place. 3 meters now. Just reached the first 500-meter mark. Cutting in at 14:50. Now we have Kamal from NBC cutting to Kaya Makami from Montclair, trying to make that 1st place finish. Kamal from NBC cutting in from Kaya Makami from Montclair. Still in 3rd place, we have Degabi from Don Bosco Prep and Fidel in 4th from Montclair. We're in the 13:50 mark. We are now at 2 minutes, 27 seconds into the race. Kamal from NBC making that distant 1st place lead even bigger. Kaya Makami still trying to show out in 2nd place for Montclair. Degabi from Bosco, though, cutting it close with a 3-meter differential right here. Now make that 2. Now make it 1. And Degabi from Don Bosco Prep has reached into the 2nd place, with Kaya Makami from Montclair going down to 3rd. We have Fidel from Montclair going in 4th, and then Ryan from RC in 5th. Chihuahua from SMA in 7th, and then Smith from RC in 8th. Kamal from NBC making that lead even bigger. We are now 23 meters ahead, 1,100 meters into the race. Kaya Makami cutting down in that 3rd place. Now a 4-meter differential cutting into 5, 6, 7, and 8. Degabi from Don Bosco Prep making that 2nd place a lot bigger. Kaya Makami Kaya Makami cutting in to that 2nd place, was now a 6-meter differential. Kamal from NBC still leading though. Just finished our first 1,000 meters. We are halfway into this race. This is where the great become great and the good become great. Who will finish off? We are now 4 minutes into the race. Kamal with an amazing split of 2 minutes going in. Degabi from Bosco still holding at 2nd place, while making it even bigger of a differential for Kaya Makami from Montclair High School going to 3rd. Chihuahua from SMA cutting into that 3rd place lead. Now only 1 meter behind Kai Makami. Chihuahua has cut in to the third place lead. Kai Makami has now fell down to fourth place with Ryan from RC cutting into third. Fidel from Montclair and Kai Makami from Montclair as well, holding those fifth and sixth spots right now. Dagabi from Bosco still holding on to that second place, while Kamau from NBC is holding strong to that first place. We have just reached the 700-meter mark with 5 minutes into the race. Kamakami now on to the fourth place finish for Montclair. Chihuahua with SMA at third place, and Dagabi for Bosco still at second, showing strong for Don Bosco Prep, the host of this year's ERG Classic. All right, Kamel from NBC still holding on to that first place lead, while Dagabi from Bosco still holding on to that second place lead. Chihuahua from SMA and Kawaya Makami from Montclair and Ryan from RC falling behind in those as well. Smith ahead of Fidel. Going into the final 500 meters, this is where it gets real. The final sprint here, and Kamel is showing now for NBC. Dagabi from Bosco still showing out here, and Chihuahua from SMA really trying to push to that second place finish. Just hit the 6:10 mark, just hit 400 meters, and Kamel from NBC really making that lead matter, where Dagabi from Bosco is falling shortly behind, still at second though, with 45 meters behind first place, and Chihuahua 55 meters. We have a 10-meter differential between second and third. Ryan from RC holding on to fourth place, 84 meters behind. Smith from RC right behind him, holding on to 90. Kai Makami, though, coming back up into the leaderboards at the fifth place for Montclair. Just hit his 300 meters. We are 6:50 into the race. Kamel from NBC really pushing that lead at first. He is grinding out this whole race. He wants to win it. Now we have Chihuahua from SMA coming into that second place finish. And Dagabi from Don Bosco Prep has fallen to third in the final 250 here. This is where it's getting crazy. I know y'all can't hear over the live stream, but out there in the gym, it is getting wild. It is getting crazy. Tensions are rising. It is electric here at Don Bosco Prep. Chihuahua still stretching out that second place lead with the Dagabi from Bosco still in third. Now we have Ryan from RC and Smith from RC in the fourth and fifth finishes. We are just about to finish the race, 7:40 into the race. Kamel from NBC going to finish this one in first. A fabulous performance by him. Chihuahua from SMA going to finish in second if anything doesn't change. Both of them have been grinding out this whole entire race. Dagabi from Bosco trying to finish in third. Smith and Ryan from RC trying to get those fourth and fifth finishes here. And we are now 20 meters away for Dagabi. 8, 3, 2, 1. Dagabi from Don Bosco Prep has finished in third. Smith and Ryan from RC have finished fourth and fifth. Dezel from RC falling behind at sixth. Fidel and Kwaya Makami from Montclair's eighth and ninth. Costello, Martinez, Nativo. Oh, we just had a quick switch in 10 and 11. Costello from Seton Hall Prep and Nativo from Seton Hall Prep finished 10 and 11 alongside Martinez from Seton Hall. Fidel from SMA at 13. Snyder from Bosco at 14. Sadat from Montclair at 15. Van Alstein at 16. That is 8:50 into the race we have completed. Thank you all for watching the men's high school freshman / novice 2K. Thank you all. Have a good rest of your day. This has been ZQ. Go. All right, welcome back. This is the men's high school freshman / novice 2K. We have we have Kawhi McCamey from Montclair High School starting out in first. Fernandez from St. Peter's Prep cutting into that deficit. Raz from RC and Gregerson from RC as well. Fernandez from St. Peter's Prep starting out strong. Gregerson from RC and Kawhi McCamey from Montclair into second and third place. Flores from SMA and Chavez from St. Peter's Prep right behind. Now you have Chavez moving up to third place while Kawhi McCamey from Montclair goes into second. Fernandez from St. Peter's Prep still grinding out in the first 200 meters. Now 45 seconds into this race. Chavez and Fernandez both representing St. Peter's Prep well at first and second. Kawhi McCamey going down to third and Estella from Montclair in fourth. Flores and Jimenez for SMA in the 5th and 6th positions. Very tight race from 2nd to 6th right here, all within 3 to 5 meters of each other. Fernandez from St. Peter's Prep, though, first 350 meters, really grinding it out in first place right now. We are a minute 20 in today's race. First 400 meters, and Fernandez still holding into that really strong lead. Chavez from St. Peter's Prep still holding on second, while Flores and Kawhi McCamey are in third and fourth. While Estella and Jimenez are still really trying to cut into that lead, all of them grinding it out in those positions. Presman from Montclair, Estelle from Montclair, and Blim from Montclair down in the lower spots. Fernandez really throwing it out there, really grinding it out for St. Peter's today. 550 meters into today's race and 2 minutes in. Fernandez still ahead and Chavez still in second, while Flores from SMA and Presman from Montclair still holding on to those third and fourth spots. We have Chavez from St. Peter's, 17 meters behind. Flores from SMA, 21 meters behind. And Presman from Montclair, 21 meters behind as well. This third and fourth place spot getting really, really tight as they are both 20 meters behind first place right now. Presman from Montclair really cutting in at 18. Chavez from St. Peter's really cutting into that second place deficit, really cutting in, now only 11 meters behind. Fernandez from St. Peter's really holding it out. 750 meters in, 2 minutes, 50 seconds in as well. Presman from Montclair cutting that second place. Told you this was going to be grinding it out through and through for Montclair. Chavez from St. Peter's going out in third. Flores for SMA running in at fourth. While we have Jimenez and Kawhi McCamey in 5th and 6th right now. That first place lead is coming shorter and shorter as Presman from Montclair ties it up right now. Will he take the lead? No, he follows a meter behind. And Presman from Montclair High School has taken a lead, while Fernandez from St. Peter's Prep has fallen down to second, and Chavez goes down with St. Peter's to 3 as well. Flores and Jimenez from SMA showing out strong in 4th and 5th right now. Kawhi McCamey raced in the last race as well, still going strong in the 2K. We are now 1,000 meters in, 3 minutes, 50 seconds in. This is where the race gets tougher and tougher. This is where they grind it out, and this is where the good become great and the great become legends. Presman from Montclair High School really grinding out that lead right now at 900 meters, really still going strong. Chavez from St. Peter's Prep falling shortly behind, and Fernandez from St. Peter's Prep as well at third. Flores from SMA trying to cut into that third place deficit. St. Peter's Prep has been showing out really strong today. Montclair High School as well, top of their game right now, as Presman from Montclair is still holding in that first place just past the 800 meter mark. 4 minutes 40 into the race. Cellular from SMA has cut into that 5th place lead. Flores from SMA has cut into third place, while Fernandez from St. Peter's Prep has gone down to fourth. Chavez from St. Peter's still holding on to that second place lead. Really, really strong showing from Presman and Chavez. Cellular has cut into the third place lead. From third to eighth right now, it's just grinding it out. We have 35 minutes and 45 right now, while Kawhi Makami from Montclair is still going. Flores has cut into fourth. SMA is holding strong at third and fourth place right now, while Chavez from St. Peter's Prep is still holding really, really strong into that second place lead. While Presman from Montclair still grinding out at 550 meters, really going good tonight, or today rather. We are 5 minutes, 40 seconds into this race, about cut to the 500. We have reached the sprint for Presman and Montclair. Chavez for St. Peter's really going at it, while Cellular and Jimenez from SMA real showing out. While Blim from Montclair is still cutting in, while McCombie from Montclair and Fernandez from St. Peter's really battling for all those spots today. While we have Bayard from Montclair as well, still trying to cut into that deficit. We have Chavez cutting in at 400 meters, still at 18, 19 meters now, still at second place, while Presman from Montclair still holding really, really strong into that first place finish right now. 6 minutes 30 into the race, while Cellular from SMA and Jimenez from SMA as well, still coming in. Kwai Makami at fifth place for Montclair right now. At the 1, 2, 3, have Presman from Montclair, Chavez from St. Peter's, and Cellular from SMA battling out for 1, 2, and 3. We are at 6:52 right now, cutting into 200 meters. This is where it becomes all about the grind, your power. What are you going to bring into the final stretch? Presman from Montclair still holding on strong, while Chavez from St. Peter's at 21 meters behind in second place, and Cellular for SMA still there. Kwai Makami has cut in to the fourth place lead for Montclair, but SMA and Jimenez really trying to cut it into that as well, trying to get a piece of that pie. And Jimenez from SMA just behind Cellular for SMA, third and fourth right now, showing out strong. Kwai Makami, Blim, and Bayard from Montclair in the 5th, 6th, and 7th positions. In first place, we are about to finish at 7:40. Presman from Montclair, Chavez for St. Peter's. That is your 1 and 2. Cellular for SMA, that will be your 3. Jimenez for SMA, that will also be your, might be your 4. That might be your 4. Kwai Makami trying to cut into that, but no. Jimenez looks like he's going to finish out strong, and he does well. Kwai Makami comes into 5th. And Blame for 6th. At 7th we have Bayard, 8th we have Flores, 9th we have Estella, 10th we have Hollowell, 11th we have Fernandez. At 12 and 13 is going to be Gregerson and Reyes, and then from there on out, it looks good. Montclair and St. Peter's Prep really coming into this race strong, showing all they've got. Total race time at 8 minutes, 19 seconds. Once again, this was your men's high school freshman novice 2K. Thank you for attending this race. Good luck to the racers the rest of the way. Once again, this has been ZQ signing off. Thank you.
Before we begin the race, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say if you like Zach Qureshi's commentating, you will probably like his Instagram at ZQ Photos. High quality photos from events all around Bergen County. Zach, over to you.
Thank you, Anthony Pro. We are now ready. Attention. Go in the third event of men's high school freshman novice 2K. As Garcia starts out strong for SMA, Beatrice from Montclair and Fidel from Montclair as well, 1, 2, and 3. We have Reploid for St. Peter's Prep coming in to second place. Now we have Kinner from BCRA, Burns from Montclair, and Saladino from RC in that 1, 2, and 3. We have Reploid from St. Peter's Prep cutting into that second place lead as well. First 150 meters in, and it's going great. Looking really tight. This is going to be an amazing race, I can tell right now. First 200 in, and we already have a tight 1, 2, 3, and 4. Kinner for BCRA, Rapioid for St. Peter's Prep, and Burns for Montclair into 1, 2, and 3 right now. Burns for Montclair going to cut into that one spot right now. Anderson Howard for Montclair cutting into that third place right now. Rapioid for St. Peter's still holding on to his third, now headed down into fourth. Anderson Howard for Montclair in second. Rapioid for St. Peter's in third. Vecchione for Montclair in fourth. While Garcia for SMA is trying to cut into that fourth place deficit. We are 350 meters in and a minute 15 in as well. Burns for Montclair and Anderson Howard for Montclair showing out strong for their school and their pride. Rapioid for St. Peter's Prep holding on to that as their place, while Garcia from SMA is trying to cut in. We are now 450 meters in with a minute 35 into the race. Burns and Anderson Howard still at that 1 and 2, really grinding it out right now, while Rapioid for St. Peter's Prep still at 3, while Garcia and Conde for SMA is trying to cut into those deficits right now. I will tell you this right now, Montclair and St. Peter's Prep has been showing out today. They've been grinding out, doing a great job. Conde for SMA has cut into that third place deficit. Conde for SMA is trying to cut in 4 meters behind Anderson Howard from Montclair. Garcia for SMA now in fourth. Rapioid for St. Peter's Prep now at 5. Beatriz and Vecchione from Montclair at that 6 and 7, while Rapioid moves up to 4. Conde and Rapioid cutting in right now, third and fourth. Third and fourth right now, coming in tight, while fourth and fifth is getting really tight. Only a 3-meter difference between Rapioid and Garcia for St. Peter's Prep and SMA. Beatriz from Montclair down at 6. We have a slight change in 2 and 3, while Anderson Howard for Montclair goes up to 3 and Conde for SMA goes up to 2. Rapioid is still holding on to that fourth place finish right now. We're now 600 meters into the race. My apologies, 800 meters in at 3 minutes right now. And Burns is really grinding out, cutting it out for Montclair, holding on to that strong first place at this moment. Look at this. Hep from RC has cut in to the top 3. While Rapioid is still trying to hold on to that fourth and third right now for St. Peter's. Right now we are looking at the first place for Burns, Conde at 2 with 14 behind first. But now we're stretching now at 3 and 4, 30 and 36 meters behind first place. Look at this, and fourth and fifth getting really tight here, really tight. Scharfenberg for RC has cut into third, while Rapioid for St. Peter's has cut down to fourth and fifth. My apologies. Hep really grinding it out, really trying to get into this after the first 1,100. Burns still holding into that strong lead for Montclair, Conde and SMA, while Hep and RC for 1, 2, and 3, 4 minutes in. Rapioid for St. Pierre still trying to hold on into that top 5 spot. Well, you have Garcia and Saladino cutting in. 4:25 into the race, just reached the 800-meter mark. Conde is still holding on to that strong second place, while Burns from Montclair still grinding it out right now in first. Hep for RC and Schwarzenberg for RC, really cutting in for 3 and 4. We have just reached the 700 meter mark, 4 minutes, 50 seconds in. Burns still in first, Conde in second, Hept in third, Schwarzenberg in fourth, and Rapiold in fifth for St. Peter's. Just reaching the 600 meter mark, and Burns is still holding on to that first place finish for Montclair. 5 minutes, 10 seconds in, and Montclair is still pushing through with this one. Conde for SMA showing out strong. But look at this. We have Hept trying to cut into that second place right now for RC, and Schwarzenberg for RC as well, really trying to cut into those deficits. And here we are into the final sprint from Burns and Montclair. Conde for SMA. Oh, my apologies. Hept for RC and Schwarzenberg for RC as well. 5:40 in the sprint. This is where the good become great and the great become legends, folks.
It's fantastic.
Burns still holding on to that lead while Conde is starting to shortly fall behind now at 18 meters behind. But Hept is really cutting in right now, 22 meters behind for third place. Schwarzenberg falling behind at 40 meters for RC. Rapiold still holding on though for St. Peter's, going down to 6. Now in the final 300, we are 6 minutes, 20 seconds in. For SMA and RC, we have those at the 2 and 3 for Conde and Hept. Schwarzenberg still trying to show out for RC to get that top 5 finish, while Saladin for RC also trying to get in that top 5. If you're looking at the screen right now, in 1, 2, and 3, all RC members really showing out this race. Well, Burns from Montclair High School in the final 200 really showing out. Conde for SMA still in second, and Hept for RC in third. Now we're in the final 100 meters. This is where people are going to grind it out. This is where leads turn into deficits. Burns going to maybe finish in first. We still have Conde cutting in. We're now 7 minutes, 15 seconds in the final 100. And Burns for Montclair. Another finish for Montclair in first. Conde for SMA at second. Hept, he's going to finish third for RC. Schwarzenberg at fourth for RC. Saladino in fifth for RC as well. Rapiold trying to get that 6th spot right now for St. Peter's Prep, but he might not get it as Ford. Nope, Ford has cut into the 6th place, and Rapiold has cut into 7. Garcia for SMA at 8. Crawford for Don Bosco Prep at 9. Vecchione for Montclair at 10. Canary for BCRA at 11. Wecker for Montclair at 12. Beatrice for Montclair at 13. Anderson Howard cutting it short, while Fidel for Montclair is going to get that 14th place, and Anderson Howard is going to finish at 15. Thank you to all the participants for this race. Total race time at 8 minutes, 14 seconds. Thank you again. This has been ZQ signing off. Welcome back for men's high school freshman novice 2K here. We're just about to start in just a second. Stop rowing. Welcome back for another 2K. Ready, attention, go. We are Bogarep for Montclair starting off strong, while West for St. Peter also starting off strong with Kahan. Montclair back with Montclair. That's yours, 1, 2, and 3. We have Gennardo for NBC really cutting in as well. 1 and 2 is West from St. Peter's Prep and Gennardo from NBC. That's your 1 and 2, really close right now. Han falling for RC. Rosenberg at 3 for NBC. Nassar for RC at 4. Bernardi at 6 for NBC. And Murphy at 5 for Montclair. Really, really tight race right now. No one's pulling through. Everyone's just kind of going at it. First 250 meters in, about a minute. Talk about a tight 1, 2, 3 right now. We got West Rosenberg and Gennardo fighting it out. Just 2 meters separates all 3 of them. A minute in. Getting really tight, really competitive early in the early stages right now. We are 350 meters in with a minute 12. West goes down to 3 as Gennaro takes over in the number 2 spot, while Nassar is still holding on to that 4 spot. Murphy at Montclair at 5 and Bantari for NBC at 6. Chihuahua for SMA making an appearance at 7. Really, really tight race in the top 5 right now. Everyone's squatting it out. First 450 meters in. First 500 in as well. And Rosenberg is really, really pushing through right now at first for NBC, while Gennardo for NBC is holding on to that second place lead very, very well. Nassar for RC at 3, while West from St. Peter's is also cutting in. Murphy from Montclair really trying to cut into that lead as well. Murphy has taken over that 4th spot with Bernardi for NBC at 5, and West has fallen down to 6 for St. Peter's. Rosenberg for NBC really, really, really pushing through right now. He is making a statement for NBC. Same thing with Gennardo, really grinding out those 1 and 2 spots today. Nassar for RC still in that 3. We are 2 minutes 34 seconds in. Just finished the first 800 meters. Rosenberg stretching out that lead to over 24 meters now against his teammate Gennardo from NBC. 900 meters in, we have Rosenberg at 1, Gennardo at 2, both representing NBC very well. Nassar for RC at 3, 44 meters behind. Bernardi at 6, my bad, 4 for NBC. Sprayberry for NBC at 5. Murphy and Borgonet for Montclair at the 6 and 7. Chihuahua for SMA and West for St. Peter's. Rosenberg is really, really, really stretching this out now for NBC. Gennaro is still 25 meters behind for NBC right now. Just finished the first 1,000 meters, about to head into the 900 right now. 3 minutes, 30 seconds left. Not left, my bad. 3 minutes, 40 seconds into this race. Nassar from RC still holding on to that 3rd place, and Spraybear for NBC is still holding on to that 4. Rosenberg making a statement in the first 1,200 right now. Gennardo as well for NBC. NBC have been stating a statement today, going all out, really grinding it out for their team. Now reaching the first 1,300, now we are in the 700 meter mark. Rosenberg still at 1, bringing up that lead to 36 meters ahead to 2nd place of Gennardo at NBC, Nassar at RC. I will tell you this, the 1, 2, and 3 race isn't looking so tight, looking pretty definitive right now as we head to the 600 mark. But 4 and on below. Really, really tight. This will be an amazing finish. As we head into the sprint, as I said before, and I will continue to say, this is where the good become great and the great become legends. This is where they grind it out till the end. Gennardo for NBC still holding on to second, while Rosenberg for NBC still at 1. The Stars still falling behind in the second place, but still holding on to third place lead very, very well. While Sprayberry and Bantari for NBC still holding on to 4 and 5 for the top 5. I will just like to mention Rosenberg for NBC growing a 135 split. You want to talk about greatness, that is greatness right there. NBC has something special growing at their program right now. Hanging to the final 250 at the moment. Gennardo for NBC still holding on to second, while Nassar for RC still holding on to third. 5 minutes, 45 seconds in. Looking pretty definitive at the moment. Now we're talking about a 136 split. We're talking about, this is a statement for NBC right now in Rosenberg. Absolutely astonishing for them right now. 6:10 into the race. About to cut in to the final 200 soon. I will just like to mention again, NBC, RC, Montclair, NBC, and SMA below the bottom 5, really, really, really battling it out at the moment. Would you look at that? Rosenberg for NBC has finished. He has finished first place. Gennardo for NBC at 2. Nassar for RC is going to be your third. Sprayberry at 5 for NBC. Bernardi for NBC should be your 6th, but we have him. Sorry for the butcher. Never mind. He has fallen down. Tian for NBC going into that 6th place spot. If you want to talk about a great program, you're going to talk about NBC right now. Bernardi for NBC finishing at 5. That's your top 5 right now. Rosenberg for NBC, Gennardo for NBC, Nassar for RC, Sprayberry for NBC, Bernardi for NBC. The only one not for NBC in the top 5 is RC and Nassar. Talk about a great, great, great showing for them right now. Bakos for Montclair at 6, Tian for NBC at 7, Majumia for RC at 8, Chihuahua for SMA at 9, and Murphy at 10 for Montclair. This has been an amazing. Quick shout out to our brother here, Zambrano for Don Bosco Prep. Bell cut into 16th place. And Zambrano will come in 16th place, and we will have a final race time at 7 minutes 58 seconds. Thank you.
Okay, before this race begins, the women's high school freshman novice 2K, the first flight, I would like to shout out the previous commentator, Mr. Zach Koreshi, our fearless leader, the great and powerful Zach. He has never done anything on air with us before, so that was really fantastic. A big shout out to Zach, making him look like a pro. It's incredible.
That's the live stream.
Here we go. Ready? Attention. And go. And it's pancakes on the griddle. They are off. Pretty even start here. Through the first 50 meters as we get those big strokes in to get the fan going. We are starting to see our front runners emerge. Okay, so about 100 meters in, Nereid Boat Club controls the top two spots. Raja at a 29 stroke rate, 156 split, is holding first by about 3 meters there. And from RC Flowers is holding second place just by a hair from Kuta, also from Nereid. Flowers hitting some big rates, rate 37, split 2 flat. Raja's still holding first place. Flowers and Kuta are in a deadlock for second place. And the same is true for third place. Kieran Hunt and Fanders, both of them are neck and neck for third place. While Roger from Nereid is about 300 meters in, holding first place pretty solidly. It is Flowers and Kuta battling it out for second, and Kieran Hunt and Flanders battling it out for third. It is neck and neck for second and third place. It will be hard fought. About a minute and a half in, 400 meters in. Rod is beginning to pull away slightly, about 16 meters ahead, looking to make that gap even bigger. Pulling away slightly. As everyone's settled into their mid-race paces here, we have Raja is extending a comfortable lead now, about 21 meters ahead of second place Kuta, who is now pulling away from Flowers by about 6 meters. While Kuta establishes herself in second place, it looks like Fanders and Flowers are still battling it out for third. So first place Rogers in a pretty comfortable spot here, about 500 meters in, while Kuntas is holding second place by about 4 meters. And Fanders is also holding third place by about 4 meters. Okay, so it is still a dead heat for second place. Fanders and Kuta are battling it out. It is anybody's race there for second place. Raja still holding a very sizable lead, and it really keeps growing, about 50 meters ahead of everybody else. A pretty comfortable lead, which should make it very hard for Fanders, Kuta, or anybody else to catch up to her once we hit the sprint. Fanders is beginning to pull away, establishing a clear second place spot, about 15 meters ahead and growing. Roger from Nereid continuing to extend her lead, about 64 meters ahead now, very much pulling away as we're just about halfway through the race here. A little less than 4 minutes in. And Fanders is establishing herself as second place, also from Nereid. Nereid controlling all 4 of the top spots here. Very good showing for Nereid in this race. We see Fanders is pretty much pulling away in second place, now a little over 20 meters. A little over 20 meters ahead of third place. But third place continues to be a dead heat. Ryan Bayer from Nereid is just coming ahead of Kuncha from Nereid by about 5 meters. Ryan Bayer, a newcomer to the top of the list, has not been in the top 3 yet this race, is just pulling in. As most of the boats have passed the halfway mark, Raja from Nereid, with a rate of 29 and a split of 2:02, is passing through the 750 meter mark. It's going to be really hard for anyone to catch Raja now. She's now 82 meters ahead of the rest of the pack. Definitely established herself as the clear front runner here. Fanders also has a sizable lead over the third place. Roughly about 30 meters separating her from Ryan Bayer from Nereid, who is holding about 15 meters ahead of the rest of the pack. It's a dead heat for fourth place here. It'll be very interesting to see if any of them can gun it up to third place. About 5 minutes 45 into the race. Most all the boats passing through the 750 meter mark now. We are fast approaching the sprint. Okay, as we approach the sprint, a clear hierarchy is emerging at the top. Nereid controlling all top 4 spots. Raja, a clear first. Fanders, a clear second. And Ryan Bayer emerging into a clear third. Fourth place continues to be a dead heat, as is fifth place. About 6.5 minutes in. Now the top 3 rowers are in the final 500. They appear to have not started their sprint just yet. It seems that Fanders is having a stroke rate of 32, a split of 2:05. Now as everybody else moves into the final 500, this is where things get interesting. This is where managing that power really comes into play. Raja maintains a very far lead over the rest of the pack, about 86 meters ahead of everyone else. It's looking hard to me to see how anyone could catch her now. It looks like she will be the clear winner of this race. Fanders is also establishing herself as a clear second place there with a very comfortable lead over the rest of the pack, as is Ryan Bayer establishing a pretty comfortable lead over fourth place. We seem to have a clear top 3 in this race as all 3 of them pass through the 250 mark. And as Raja comes to the finish line, it's Nereid all the way. Raja finishing at a time of 8 minutes 2 seconds in a clear first place victory. And Fanders now finishes in second with a time of 8 minutes 19 seconds, 0.9. And it looks like Ryan Bayer will finish in third. A very good showing for Nereid in this race as they take all 3 medals. Ryan Bayer with a strong finish, finishing at the mark 8 minutes 42 seconds, 0.3. The rest of the pack about 40 meters behind. Average splits for this race for first place Raja, a split of 2 minutes, point 4. For second place, Fanders, 2 minutes, 4 seconds, point 9. And for Ryan Byer, our third place champion, 2 minutes, 10 seconds, point 5. Now, of course, this is only the first flight of the Women's High School Freshman Novice 2K. We will be live on the air once again with audio with the next race in just a few minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here, there, everywhere, all around the world, this is the second flight of the women's high school freshman novice 2K. A very exciting race in the last flight. Nereid Boat Club looking very good, taking all top 3 spots. We'll see what happens here. Here we go. Ready? Attention. Go. And it's pancakes on the griddle. They are off. Pretty even out of the start and through the first 50 meters. Pretty solid across the board, and it looks like we're getting some front runners. High rates across the board. And it looks like from ARC, Varghese is pulling ahead to a solid first place, pulling about 10 meters ahead of the rest of the pack, and that lead is growing as we get about 150 meters in and 30 seconds in. Varghese is pulling a stroke rate of 39 and a split of 151. A solid power advantage over the rest. You see that second place, Bessa from EWS, is pulling a 31 stroke rate. You can see the difference there. So the top 3 as of now, as we pass through the 1750 mark, Varghese holding about an 8-meter lead in first with a 35 stroke rate, 2-minute split over Bessa from EWS, who is holding a slight second place lead over Mendez from SMA. Varghese's lead is slowly diminishing. It looks like Bessa is making a move here. About 400 meters in, about a minute and a half into the race. Varghese is pulling a consistent 33 stroke rate, 207 split. And Bessa's only 2 meters behind, making a move. Bessa's making a move from EWS with a stroke rate of 28 and a split of 2. And Bessa has overtaken Varghese for the top spot. Varghese now trailing by 2 meters. Varghese now trailing by 5 meters. Her stroke rate, a 33, a split 214. Now trailing by 7 meters. Bessa's 28 stroke rate and 202 split. And it looks like we have a clear top 3 here, at least as of now. With Mendez trailing the first place spot by about 22 meters in third place. Varghese trailing the top place, Bessa, by about 17 meters. And Bessa holding a lead of about 18 meters over the rest of the pack with a stroke rate of 27 and a split of 208. All this with just shy of 3 minutes into the race and about 700 meters in. And second place seems to be moving into contention. Only about 5 meters separate Varghese and Mendez. It'll be interesting to see if this dynamic continues. It seems that Mendez is trailing by about 4 meters now and closing. Mendez seems to be closing in on Varghese. Only about 1 meter separating them. Can Mendez do it? Just about coming up. And Mendez has taken it. Mendez has taken it. Varghese has now fallen to third place, just slightly behind Mendez. Oh, man, that's neck and neck in second place as we pass about the 1,200, 1,100 meter mark, about 3.5 minutes into the race. Bess is still holding a solid 44-meter lead in first place over the rest of them with 27 stroke rate and a 206 split. And Mendez is holding second place just barely by about 3 meters or so. So as first place Bessa from EWS passes the 1,000-meter mark, here is the race as it stands. So Bessa is now holding a 52-meter or so lead over the rest of the group, a very comfortable lead there. And as you see, Mendez and Varghese are battling it out for second. Varghese leading by just 2 meters. I'm sorry, Mendez leading by just 2 meters. And it looks like Varghese is making a move to take it from Mendez. This is neck and neck, and it looks like Varghese is just about taking it. But Mendez says, no way. Mendez holds second place. Okay, all rowers have now passed the 1,000-meter mark. Bessa holds about a 50-meter lead over the rest of the pack. It's only about 4 meters that separates second, third, and fourth place here. It's really anyone's race for second and third place. It seems that Mendez is slowly creeping up about a 2-meter lead, but Meyer coming out of fourth place there and is looking to take second place. Mendez is fighting hard to keep it. Just about a meter keeping Mendez from Meyer there. About 800 meters to go. Bessa maintains a strong lead, 53 meters, with a stroke rate of 27, split 219. And Mendez and Meyer are battling it out for second place.
Whose camera's off right now? Peter? Wait. Somebody camera's off.
Meyer now pulling ahead of Mendez. Does Mendez have enough to make it? Meyer now leading by 5 meters, looking like starting to pull away just short of the sprint here. Sprint will be beginning soon, about 6 minutes into the race now, as the rowers are just passing the 600-meter mark. Bessa is now leading by 41 meters. The rest of the pack is slowly closing in. Can Bessa maintain that lead? Has lost about 10 meters on that lead in about 100 meters. So
The far one?
Meyer maintaining second place. Wilk from RC is taking a stand just short of the sprint, looking like beginning the sprint now. Mendez has fallen down to fourth place, just barely kept there by Wilk by about a meter. But Mendez says no way. Wilk is now back in fourth place. It is a battle for third place here. Mendez and Wilk duking it out, taking it from each other and giving it back. And Meyer has now fallen down to fourth place. Second place, it is a dead heat. As Mendez falls back about 10 meters into third place, where she may be challenged from BCRA's Quirola. Wilk and Meyer are battling it out, 43 meters separating them from first place. Bessa, can they take it? It looks like Will is taking a stand. Wilk making a great use of the sprint here in the final 500. As first place Bessa passes the 300-meter mark with a 26 stroke rate, split 215 at about 7.5 minutes into the race. Wilk is pulling ahead in second place, about 10 meters over third place Meyer from MHS. As we pass 200, about just shy of 8 minutes into the race. Bessa is still holding a lead, but it's only by 28 meters now. That lead has diminished greatly over the course of the race, but does Wilk have enough to overtake Bessa? It's going to take a lot of power, a lot of speed to overcome Bessa. Her lead just may be about insurmountable to overcome. As Bessa enters the final 100 meters, it looks like Wilk may not be able to close that gap enough, but Wilk will still end in second place solidly, about 30 meters ahead of Meyer, who looks like will take third place. Meyer pulling ahead slightly to end in third place. And it's looking like the places you see on your screen now will be what we're ending with. Bessa ending in first with a time of 8 minutes 34 seconds, 0.3 from EWS. And in second place, just a few seconds behind, 8 minutes 40 seconds, 0.4 from RC, A. Wilk. And it looks like Meyer is just about ending in third place. Meyer will take third place from MHS with a time of 8 minutes 51 seconds, 0.6. Ladies and gentlemen, this is definitely one of the most exciting races of the day, in all-out war for the podium. Definitely one of the most exciting races today. Okay, so as we come just shy of 9.5 minutes, this race is history. In first from EWS, Ibessa. From in second place from Ramapo, from RC, Wilk. And in third place, Meyer.
He's gonna turn it
A
on.
strong race all around. And we'll be back real soon. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final heat of the Women's High School Freshman Novice 2K of this 10th annual Ironman Earth Classic in this year of our Lord 2023. Attention, go! And it's pancakes on the griddle. They are off. Okay, it's pretty even to start as we go through the first 50 meters. It looks like Foley from MHS is making a strong start. Okay, about 100 meters in. Foley from MHS is taking a slight lead over Varghese in second place, and Karkova, who is just about holding a third place from EWS. Okay, Foley is holding first place now by about 3 meters, about 200 meters in, with a stroke rate of 28 and a split of 153. This race is pretty evenly matched here. we see that Foley and Varghese are battling it out for first. Varghese only trailing Foley by about 1 meter. And there's also a mad battle for second place as well, as we see Korkova and Faherty are also only about 3 meters behind the first place, so they're neck and neck for second there. The Varghese and Foley margin is so small that it almost cannot be calculated by the software here, as I'm sure you see on your screen. Varghese now only trailing by 1 meter, so is Korkova. This race is tight. About 400 meters in and about a minute and a half in, Foley, with a stroke rate of 27 and a split of 156, is holding a slight first place lead over Korkova in second place and Faherty in third. This is razor thin. About 500 meters in, Foley with a 1 meter lead over Korkova, who has a 3 meter lead over Faherty. It is tight. About 2 minutes in. So as the rowers are now in their mid-race paces, it'll be interesting to see who drops off and who keeps up, who gains. It all depends on power management. How well you manage your power in the first 500 will determine a lot about your race. Foley now slowly growing the lead over Korkova, about 7 meters now, as Foley is traveling with a 30 stroke rate, a 157 split. All this about 2.5 minutes into the race and 700 meters in. Korkova managing about a 7 meter lead over Faherty now. We're seeing a hierarchy start to emerge. All this just shy of 3 minutes into the race.
Right. Is the pizza just for video?
Okay, about 800 in. Foley now extending the lead 9 meters over Korkova in second place and about 17 meters over third place Faherty. Like I said, the top 3 becoming more and more clear as we get through the race, and it's all about managing that power. If you gas yourself in the first 500 meters, it's going to be very hard for you to do well later on in the race. About 3.5 minutes in, Foley leading second place Korkova by 8 meters. Foley with a 30 stroke rate and a 206 split. Korkova 8 meters behind, as said, with at a 26 stroke rate and a 208 split, as they just about passed the halfway mark in this race. Faherty and Newman are now battling it out for third place. Nereid looking to see if it can get another medal in this race, and it looks like Nereid's Newman is just about overcoming Faherty there to take the third place spot. Faherty's not going down without a fight, though, only trailing by about 2 meters. As the first place spot, Foley passes the 900 meter mark with roughly 4.5 minutes into the race. Korkova seems to be making something of a move now. Foley's lead is now only 4 meters. Korkova's bridged about half that lead for about 10 meters to now about 4 and 3 and 2, and Korkova's making a move. 800 meters to go in the race, just shy of 5 minutes in. Korkova only trailing by 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Can Korkova do it? Korkova is just shy of Foley. It is a dead heat for first place here. Korkova just shy of Foley. Just shy, 5 minutes into the race. And Korkova's done it, overcoming Foley by just an eyelash. And Newman trailing them both by 6 meters for third place. The top 3 are roughly about 15 meters ahead of the rest of the pack now. 650 meters to go, 5.5 minutes in. Korkova now leading the both of them by about 5 meters. It is a dead heat for second place. Foley fighting to stay on the podium here in second place now. Foley and Newman, it is a dead heat, both about 4 meters ahead. And it looks like Foley's now in third place. Foley is now fighting. And Korkova's lead is now in danger. Newman coming up from behind is just about to take it. Just about a meter off. They are neck and neck, a dead heat. Korkova just a meter ahead of Newman. This is close. And Newman has taken first place just into the final 500 sprint. Newman now leading by 3 meters. And Foley is hanging on to third place, 6 meters behind first place Newman. You can tell they're getting into the sprint now. Newman now has a 31 stroke rate, 203 split. Foley now with a 30 stroke rate and a 206 split. And third place Korkova with a 23 stroke rate and a 220 split. The top 3 about 15 meters ahead of the pack. It looks like it's going to be these 3 that will decide this race. As we're about 400 meters to go, a little over 6.5 minutes into the race. Newman is beginning to pull away with the lead, leading second place Foley by 10 meters. And Korkova is trailing second place Foley by about 7 meters. And King from MHS comes out of nowhere to take it from King, moving from 4th place to 3rd place. Korkova is now off the podium. King is now starting to close in on 2nd place. Can King take it in time? And King is making a move on Foley in 2nd place, trailing by only 2 meters. Newman only leading them by 20 meters. Looks like Newman's lead is safe, at least for now. King and Foley, it is a dead heat between King and Foley for 2nd place. Can King take it from Foley? King is trying real hard to take it. And it looks about King has just about taken it from Foley to take the 2nd place spot. Foley now in 3rd place. Newman in 1st with a 42 stroke rate and 157 entering the final 100, about 7.5 minutes into the race. King from MHS in 2nd, just barely, 24 meters behind 1st place. And Foley, also from MHS, is in 3rd place, just a meter behind 2nd place King. It's going to be these 3, folks, in the final 100. And from Nereid Boat Club, Newman is going to take the 1st place spot with a time of 8 minutes 3 seconds. And King is going to take the 2nd place spot with a time of 8 minutes 8 seconds, .2. And Foley going to take the 3rd place spot with a time of 8 minutes 10 seconds, .1. As the other rowers come to the finish, just about 8.5 minutes into the race. Another exciting race. This has been a very exciting event today. And another all-out war for the podium in this race, which is obviously very exciting to watch. As we see, another good showing for Nereid Boat Club here, taking the top medal here. And for this event in general, it's been very good for Nereid. They should be very happy with their result here. Okay, so if I'm correct, this is the final event before our awards break and lunch break. So we will see you very soon for that. Stay tuned for that. I'm Anthony Proya. This has been the Women's High School Freshman Novice 2K, 3rd and final flight.
Welcome back. This event is a mixed team of 4 relays. Hope you had a good lunch break and award ceremony. Welcome back. This event is a mixed team of 4 relays. Hope you had a good lunch break and award ceremony. The event will start in just a moment. The teams for this event will be 2016 DBP, Professional Fast Boys, Team Dig City, Bergen County Rowing Academy, Nearwood Boat Club, the Bulldogs, and Washed. Once again, this is a mixed team of 4 relay. Professional Fast Boys, Team Dig City, Bergen County Rowing Academy, Nearwood Boat Club, the Bulldogs, and Washed. Once again, this is a mixed team of 4 relay. For those of you who do not know, this is a 2K event. For those of you who do not know, this is a 2K event. Ready. Attention. Go. Nearwood Boat Club off to a fast start with Bulldogs and Watch right behind. 2016 DVP going into first as of now, though. Really tight race so far between 2016 DVP and Nearwood Boat Club for first place. The same thing with Wash. Bulldogs go on top for number 1, 2016 DVP at 2. And Wash is going to go into that number 1 position with Nearwood Boat Club at 4, Team Dig City at 5, and Bergen County Rowing Academy at 6. Wash takes that number 1 spot with Bulldogs at 2, 2016 DVP at 3. Falling behind the Professional Fast Boys, which will overtake number 3 spot, 2016 DVP falling all the way down to 6. Nearwood Boat Club going at 4, Bulldogs at 1, Team Dig City running at 5. 2016 DVP is trying to make that extra push. They're about to go up to number 4. Nearwood Boat Club goes up to 3, 2016 DVP at 5. Professional Fast Boys is falling short. They're going to head down to 5 as well, while 2016 DVP will rise to 4. The Bulldogs are not running away with this, I would say, but cutting it close and grinding it out for number 1. Wash is 4 meters behind the Bulldogs. Hopefully try to grind this out a little bit more, try to get the number 1 spot. Nearbo 2016 DP, my apologies, takes over number 3 spot, 12 meters behind first place. They are currently overtaking the Washed team, and they are now taking second place. Well, 2016 DP is now going to take first place, while Washed will take second. The Bulldogs will fall down to 4, and the Near Boat Club will go to 3. The Professional Fast Boys, they're at 4. Team Dick City at 5, and a Bergen County Rowing Academy at 6. Wash goes back up to 1, 2016 DVP at 2. The Bulldogs at 3, Near Boat Club at 4, Team Dick City at 5. That's your top 5 right now. Really close race at the 1 and 2. Only, never mind, that's a bigger deficit is growing, and the Bulldogs will overtake the 2016 DVP team. Nope, but 2016 DVP is keeping it close with the Bulldogs. And now 2016 DP overtakes the Bulldogs for second place, and they will not overtake Washed just yet. We are 800 meters into the race, 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Great race we have on our hands. A lot of rowers, a lot of fun. 1, 2, and 3 is Washed 2016 DP and the Bulldogs. Team Dick City at 5, going to overtake Near Boat Club for the 4 spot. Professional Fast Boys go all the way down to 7. Bergen County Rowing Academy is holding their stuff at 6. Team Dick City goes to 3, Bulldogs fall to 4. Wash is chilling at 1, 2016 DVP at 2, Team Dick City at 3. The Bulldogs will overtake Team Dick City and 2016 TVP. They'll be jumping up 2 spots to the number 2 spot. Wash is running away with this right now, a 50-meter lead, creating a statement for all of those behind. Bulldogs chilling in second, Team Dick City in 3. 2016 DVP is running at 4, with Near Boat Club shortly behind at 5. The Bulldogs are cutting down that lead from 50 to 35, 34, 31. They're really fighting for the spot. We are now 1,300 meters into the race, 4 minutes on. Well, 2016 DP is solidifying the number 3 spot, and Bulldogs are chilling at the 2. Near Boat Club falling behind at the 5. 1,400 meters in, 4:15 in. Very, very, very solid race we have on our hands today. Bulldogs in 2016 DP really trying to grind it out for that 2 spot right now. While Wash holds on to that number 1 lead. And here we are, the sprint. Can the team of 4 relay make it to that legendary status? Can Wash be that number 1 team? This is where the good become great and the great become legendary. Can we have a team of 4 become that legendary team today? As Wash continues to absolutely dominate the competition right now as we reach 400 meters, 5 minutes into today's race. 2016 DVP is going to be falling behind the Bulldogs. Bulldogs have a 23-meter deficit. 2016 DVP has a 30-meter deficit, while Near Boat Club has a 43-meter deficit. The Bulldogs are coming in close with Wash as we just passed the 300-meter mark, as the Bulldogs trying to take over Wash right now. Near Boat Club, would you look at that, pumping it up, going to 3. 2016 DVP falls down to 5. Team Dick City's up at 4. Bergen County Rowing Academy still chilling at 6. And Professional Fast Boy still at that 7 spot. The Bulldogs are coming in close. They're coming in 9 meters, 10 meters left to go in order to overtake Washed. 5 minutes, 50 seconds into this race. And we are in the final 100 meters. This is where deficits turn to leads and leads turn into deficits. And it looks like Wash might just be number 1, and they will take the number 1 spot. Bulldogs will take number 2. Near Boat Club finish at 3. And Would you look at this? Your Boat Club goes to 2. A surprising finish for them as the Bulldogs will finish in 3. Team Dick City in 4. 2016 DP looks like they're going to finish at 5. That's your top 5. Washed, Nearwood Boat Club, Bulldogs, Team Dick City, and 2016 Don Bosco Prep. Bergen County Run Academy will finish in the 6th spot, while Professional Fast Boys will finish in the 7 with 130 meters left to go. Professional Fast Boys in their final 50 meters here. Outstanding showing for Nearwood Boat Club and Wash today. As the final time for this race will be 7 minutes, 6 seconds. Once again, this is EQ. Have a great day and a great competition.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back from lunch, back from the relays, and it is time to get things going once again. It is time for the women's high school lightweight 2K. This is the first flight, and here we go. And they're off. It's pancakes on the griddle. We have just begun this race, pretty evenly matched out of the gates. It seems that Boniface from Nereid is taking an early lead through the first 50 meters of the race. Very evenly matched throughout the first 50 meters. Okay, Boniface from Nereid Boat Club, leading by about 4 meters in the first 30 seconds of the race. About 150 meters into the race. 28 stroke grade 201 split. Trailed by Bridges just about 4 meters. Bridges from RC, 4 meters behind. And Lingapa from EWS, who is neck and neck with Bridges. A tight lock battle for second place, and Lingapa takes it. Lingapa just an eyelash ahead of Bridges, being it out for second place over third place. All this about 250 meters in and 1 minute into the race.
Is Peter on the camera top? Peter's on the camera.
And Boniface continues to lead by about 7 to 8 meters, still holding that solidly. And about 1.5 minutes into the race, and at the 16:50 mark, and Lingapa is once again holding second place, about 9 meters behind Boniface. And Bridges holding third place, although facing a challenge from Frederick, who is only about a meter behind. This will be very close. Two RC colleagues, Bridges and Friedrich, are both about neck and neck for third place. Third place, it's really either of them. At this point. And Friedrich takes it from Bridges. Bridges falling slowly behind, but not out of it yet, just a couple meters behind Friedrich. Boniface, at about 500 meters into the race, is leading by 13 meters with a 28 stroke rate, 203 split. Lingapa trailing by 14 meters in second place with a 28 stroke rate and a 210 split. And Friedrich trailing by roughly 10 meters in third place with a 25 stroke rate, 210 split. All this about 2.5 minutes into the race and 600 meters in. And Boniface continues to extend her lead about 24 minutes ahead of second place Lingapa. Friedrich slowly closing in on Lingapa, only about 3 meters between them. Friedrich seems to be making some kind of move here and is slowly gaining. And Lingapa and Friedrich are neck and neck for second place here. Boniface with a comfortable 30-meter lead over them in first place. And it looks like Friedrich will take it from Lingapa here to take the second place spot as of now, just beating out Lingapa there. Boniface continuing to extend her lead, now 34 meters over the second place spot as Lingapa begins to fall back slightly. It's seeming like things are kind of shaping up here in terms of rankings. Boniface now leading by about 35 meters, a rate of 29, split 203. And Friedrich now trailing by 36 meters in second place with a rate of 25 and a split of 207. And Lingapa is trailing them both in third place, about 51 meters back from Boniface, in a 28 stroke rate and a 221 split. But it seems like Lingapa is falling back and may face a challenge from Bridges of RC. That's right, Bridges is slowly closing the gap there. Lingapa is slowly trailing off there. Can Lingapa maintain her spot on the podium? It's getting close, just 3 meters separating them, and Friedrich very close behind. Friedrich may reclaim her spot on the podium. It's a dead heat for third place, folks. Lingapa, Bridges, Friedrich, pretty much even with each other for third as our first place Boniface passes through the 900-meter mark. It's really a dead heat, folks, for third place. Bridges, Lingapa, Friedrich, they're pretty much neck and neck. It's hard to say which one is in front because it keeps switching up. But one thing is for certain, Boniface is in a comfortable first place, 46 meters ahead of second place Friedrich, who's 47 meters back. It's for third place, it seems that Friedrich is taking a slight lead by only a couple of meters, but it's really hard to say anything about third place as of now. We're not even in the sprint yet, and if it's this close now, anything can happen in the sprint. About 5 minutes into the race, most all boats passing the 800-meter mark. Our first place boat, Boniface of Nereid Boat Club, is passing through the 700. Boniface continues to expand her already comfortable lead over Friedrich, a 51-meter lead. Boniface, of course, pulling a 31 stroke rate 205 split, and Friedrich in second place, a 26 stroke rate and a 209 split. Now, third place is shaping up to be even more competitive. O'Shea of Accra and Lingapa are both coming in to challenge the third place spot. Friedrich is holding first place, but only by about 3 or 4 meters. And as Boniface enters the final 500, we are in the sprinting zone, just over 6 minutes into the race. As Boniface passes through the 500, about 54 meters ahead of second place Friedrich, and Friedrich holding about 50 meters, well, more than 50 meters against E. Frederick. Both Fredericks are on the podium now. A. Frederick in second place, E. Frederick in third place. Unless O'Shea has anything to say about it from Accra. O'Shea is right on E. Friedrich's tail, about just a minute behind, and will Accra take it? They are neck and neck as Bridges of RC falls slightly behind, just about 4 meters behind them. And O'Shea takes it for Accra, now in third place. In terms of third place, though, that is not a big lead. Though her lead's extending by about 5 meters. Anything can happen now. We are in the sprint. Boniface of Nereid Boat Club cruising in first with a very comfortable lead, about 60 meters over second place Friedrich, who has herself about a 70-meter lead over third place O'Shea of Accra. All boats are in the sprint now. O'Shea now pulling ahead of Friedrich, about 10 meters ahead. It looks like O'Shea is extending her lead, and we're yet to see if E. Friedrich can recover from this. It seems like O'Shea is continuing to increase the lead there. As Boniface enters the final 100, the standings here look clear. It seems that Boniface cannot be caught at this point, and Nereid will win yet another gold. This Ironman Earth Classic, all this about 8 minutes in to the race. Boniface cruising to a strong finish. Friedrich about 56 meters behind will finish in a solid second. Boniface, the final time, 8 minutes, 14 seconds, 0.5 for Nereid. Another strong showing for them today. And here comes Friedrichs, finishing in second. A. Friedrich for RC, 8 minutes, 27 seconds, 0.9 for a solid second place. And then 63 meters behind them, O'Shea for Accra is passing through the final 50, and looks like O'Shea can't be caught. Giving Accra a spot on the podium today, O'Shea finishing with 8 minutes, 50 seconds, 0.5. An all-around exciting and fun race here. A lot of competition for the third place spot on the podium. Competition for the second place spot. Very exciting. Of course, the second flight is coming up. The second flight is coming up soon after this. Stay tuned, and we'll be back with the second heat real soon.
And we are back today with the women's high school lightweight 2K. Attention, go. RC, I wasn't ready to do this one. RC off to a hot start. Reaching the first 100 meters, Darcy for NIR taking a nice lead here. Los Calzo from Montclair taking second. Gala from Montclair now at second. Los Calzo down at third. Mohamram from RC at 4. Santora from Montclair at 5. That's their top 5 right now. Very tight race in top 5, matter of fact. All separated within 1 or 2 meters of each other. There is a 5 meter differential between the top 2 spots. Just reached the first 250, and we are a minute in. Darcy's lead is starting to grow, but not by much. Still only a 6 meter differential, while Galler from Montclair is still pushing through. Los Calza from Montclair as well, still grinding it out alongside teammate Santora. I will say Montclair has been throwing an absolutely amazing performance today. So quick shout out to their team and their efforts. The first 400 meters have been completed, and Darcy is continuing in first place for NIR. Your top 5 consists of Darcy for NIR, Galler, Los Calzo, and Santora for Montclair, and Motohamram for RC. Below that, you have McCarthy at 6 for NBC, Kulich for RC at 7, Condick, Gladstone, and Gertman at the 7, 8, and 9 spots, and then March for Montclair as well down there. I will say it's been a consistent race so far. Darcy continuing with a 7 meter lead, Galler shortly behind. Los Calzo at 2 still, only 15 meters behind, and Santora for Montclair at 20. First 700 meters done, and what can I say? Nothing much has changed. Galler's still at the 2 spot. Localzo still at the 3, and Santorna still at the 4. Darcy's still running with that 1 for NIR, though. We are 3:06 into this race. Just past 1,250 meters. It looks like here the lead for Darcy is continuing to grow. Now at 16 meters for Galler at second. Los Caldas still at third by 23. And Santora still at 4 by 32. Montclair keeping it very consistent today. Marhamram has passed Santora for the 4th place spot, representing RC. We have just passed the 1,000 meter mark, 3 minutes 56 seconds into the race. McCarthy has taken over Santora for NBC. Things are changing, and that's crew for you. Things change quickly. Darcy's lead continues to grow. Galler now back by 32 meters. Localzo down by 33. Still holding on to those 2 and 3 spots, though. Very consistent race by those two. But Darcy growing that lead, grinding it out. McCarthy and Mohamrams representing RBC and my bad. RC and NBC continuing at those 4 and 5 spots. Gawler and Ocasio switched places for a quick second, but now they're back to their original at 2 and 3. Darcy is running away with this number 1 spot right now, 44 meters ahead of Gawler and Localzo.
Brian, keep it on that camera right now. This image, go to the camera to switch out. Yeah, I'm not touching nothing. Your horse is still going. Your horse is still
Darcy now has a 50-meter lead at the 7:50 mark, 5 minutes, 25 seconds into the race.
Go warm up. Just doing it 10 minutes or nothing.
McCarthy, Localzo, and Gall are still running at the 2, 3, and 4 spots. Very tight race. We got below the 1 at 52, 56, 62, and 63. This is having fun out here. Darcy, though. Darcy's in the final sprint after 500 meters. This is where the good become great and the great become legends. We are 6 minutes into the race, and Darcy is still holding the lead she had from the beginning. Los Calzo at the 4 spot, Mo Hamram at the 3 spot for RC, McCarthy at the 2 for NBC, Darcy at the 1 spot for NIR.
Yeah, 20 minutes.
We are now reaching the 250 mark, 6 minutes, 43 seconds, and Darcy still with a very, very, very comfortable lead, 50 meters ahead. Mona Hamram right behind at 70 meters. Then you got 77, 88, 96, and 117. It seems like Darcy's just running away with it at this point. Everyone below her is staying very close together, though. Darcy running with a 159 split. We are 7 minutes in. The final 250 right now. Your top 5 at the moment for the women's high school lightweight 2K is Darcy for NIR, McCarthy for NBC, Mona Hamram for RC, Los Calzo for Montclair, and Gawler for Montclair. We are now 7 minutes, 30 seconds into this race. And Darcy is going to finish off in great, great, great fashion. 7 minutes, 42 seconds. She has finished the race in first place. McCarthy's most likely going to finish in second. McCarthy will finish in second for RBC. And NBC, my apologies. Mohammed and Localzo, though, they're fighting for that 3 spot. Who is going to get bronze in today's race? And it will be the bronze spot goes to Montana for RC, and Localzo will get the 4th spot for Montclair High School. Gawler and Centora, also representing Montclair, will run to 5 and 6 spots. Killich and Gladstone. Killich just finished the race for RC. Gladstone and Gertman, 40 meters behind. Getting those 8 and 9 spots for Montclair. March and Condich will be your 10 and 11 spots to finish off today's women's high school lightweight 2K. Condich from Montclair in the final 190. Condich from Montclair in the final 100 meters.
I have to respect any form of parent.
Great showing out today by all these great young women. And Condich has finished the race for Montclair. Final race time is 9 minutes, 28 seconds. Thank you to all the women competing in today's race. Thank you to all of you guys watching the stream. Thank you. Signing off, ZQ.
Okay, folks, here we go. Women's High School 2K, and they are off. The first event of the Women's High School 2K, it is pancakes on the griddle as we pass through the first 50 meters of the race. Pretty even across the board. No clear front runners yet as you pass through the first 100 meters of the race, about 22 seconds in. Okay, so here we go. Any leads that you see are slight. It is very much an open field as of now. Lane from MHS is taking a slight 2-meter lead over the rest of the pack with a stroke rate of 31 and a split of 150. It's a dead heat otherwise between Davis, Prestafilippo, and Sirit for third and fourth place, as well as second place. At about a minute in, everybody's past the 1750 mark and passing the 1700 mark, about 300 meters into the race. It can still be anyone's game. Any leads you see here can quickly change. At this point, rowers are pretty much moving into their mid-race pace, and it'll be interesting to see how that goes. Lane is still holding on to the lead by about 6 meters, pulling a 30 stroke rate and a 156 split about a minute and a half into the race. Sirit's holding about 7 meters behind in second, and Davis about 4 meters behind that in third. Just shy of 2 minutes in, and we are through the first 500 meters of the race, a quarter of the way through the race. Lane is holding on to the lead, but just barely. Sirit is catching up in second place, only about 4 meters off. It'll be interesting to see if Sirit chooses to make her move now or later. And Davis trailing about 11 meters behind Lane in third place. The top three as of now, about 600 meters in, just over 2 minutes into the race, are pulling away. It seems like we have a clear idea who will be in third place, but the question is who will be in first. Sirit has just taken the lead from Lane. They are neck and neck. Mere eyelashes separate these two from their positions. As of now, podium positions seem clear, about 700 meters into the race, and just shy of 3 minutes in. Lane and Sirit are neck and neck. Time Team cannot distinguish how close they are in meters. That's how close they are. Davis holding a solid third place of 12 meters behind the first place duo, and about 12 meters ahead of the rest of the pack. A healthy lead at this point in the race, about 3 minutes in, and about 800 meters into the race. Okay, Sirit's taken a slight lead now, 2 meters ahead of Lane, but it's still anyone's race when it comes to those top two, when it comes to first place. Again, as we're 900 meters in, ladies and gentlemen. To recap, for first place, it's anyone's game. For third place, it seems solidly with Davis of MHS, who is holding about 16 meters ahead of the rest of the pack. And here we are, just about passing halfway through this amazing race, at about 4 minutes into it.
How many more until you go?
Splits on this race ranging from just above 2 to about 2:14. Sirit in first now has extended her lead about 9 meters ahead of Lane in second, slowly increasing that lead about 1,100 meters in, 900 meters to go. Okay, and A-Lane about 11 meters behind Sirit. Now Sirit slowly extending that lead, trying to get a healthier lead that's easier to defend. And Davis maintaining the third place spot on the podium nicely, about 23 meters behind Sirit. And about 15 meters in front of Sterry in fourth place and the rest of the pack. This has most of the rowers passing the 800-meter mark. About 5 minutes into the race now. It's seeming like third place may come soon in contention. Lane is falling further behind Sarrett, and Davis is catching up. Only about 6 meters separates second and third place now. It'll be interesting to see once the sprint comes if Davis will make a move. Only about 5 meters separating them. It's looking very likely that Davis will make some kind of move to get to second place, possibly even first. Now, Sarrett is maintaining about a 23-meter lead above the rest of the pack, but it'll be interesting to see how that changes as we enter the sprint at 500 meters. About 5.5 minutes into the race, all rowers passing the 600 mark just about now. Sarrett slowly increasing her lead over the rest of the pack, about 26 meters in front as she passes the 500-meter mark. This is where it gets interesting. As Zach would say, this is where winners become legends. I know that's not the exact Zach line, but I don't remember it exactly. It's a lot better when Zach says it. In any event, Sarrett now has a 30-meter lead over the rest of the pack. A 28 stroke rate, 2:01 split, a little over 6 minutes into the race. And Davis has just made her move, has now just taken the lead over Lane. Davis, who has come from fourth place all the way to second now as she passes the 400-meter mark. Her lead is quite small, but it's definitely there. She looks like she's trying to fight to increase it. It's going to come down to the wire when it comes to second place. Just shy of 7 minutes in, Sarrett in first, about 37 meters ahead of the rest of the pack, passing the 300. It's going to be very hard to catch Sarrett at this point. It's looking almost sure that she will be the winner of this race with a 29 stroke rate and a 2-flat split. Davis attempting to increase the lead, only about 2 meters though, ahead of Lane. Lane still has a great chance to come back there. That is by no means, second place is by no means safe for Davis, although the podium is looking very likely to have Davis on it. It's looking like anyone's race when it comes to second place here. As most of the rowers pass the 250-meter mark, we are in the thick of the sprint now. It's looking like Sarrett will hold on to her lead through the finish now, about 44 meters ahead of everybody, well within the final 250. It's looking like she's really hard to catch at this point. It's looking like that's very unlikely. As we're just shy of the 8-minute mark, Sarrett is coming in to finish this race in first. It looks like Davis will just barely hold off Lane to take the second place spot. In first place, finishing Sarrett with a time of 7:56 flat. And Davis, it looks like, will take the second place spot with a time of 8 minutes, 6 seconds, 0.9. Lane, Algar just took it from Lane for third place for 8 minutes, 9.9 seconds. Lane just kicked off of the podium by a fraction of a second. Rowing is a game of inches. How about it? So, to recap, from EWS, G. Sarrett takes the first place spot with a time of 7 minutes and 56 seconds. Davis from MHS takes the second place spot with a time of 8 minutes, 6 seconds, 0.9. And Algar just snatches the third place spot from Lane with a time of 8 minutes, 9.9 seconds. What an exciting race. The second flight is coming up in just a few moments. Stick around. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here, there, everywhere, all around the world, welcome back. This is the second flight of the Women's High School 2K here at the 2023 Ironman Earth Classic, the 10th annual. Oh, we have a false start, ladies and gentlemen. False start on Boat 15 from Nereid Boat Club. We will be starting in just a few moments once this is sorted out. Oh yeah, this is all earlier. Okay, yeah. Okay, folks, we'll be starting here in just a few seconds once this is all worked out and everything can be recalibrated, ready to go. A lot of different programs in this race. We see MHS, we see Nereid, we see Accra. And here we go. And we're off. It's pancakes on the griddle through the first 50 meters of the race. Pretty even start across the board through the first 50 meters. No clear front runner has yet emerged as we go through the first 100 meters of the race and the first 20 seconds. It's really a dead heat, ladies and gentlemen. Laddie from Accra is holding a very slight lead of just about 2 meters in first place. But other than that, it's really anyone's race as of now. In terms of the podium, it's only about a 4-meter lead from first to third. Definitely anyone's race throughout the first 200 meters of the race. About 50 seconds in, passing the 17:50 mark. Laddie from Accra only leading by about 3 meters. And Young and Voyov from MHS and Nereid, respectively, are pretty much neck and neck for second place. The rest are slightly farther back, about 6 meters away from the podium. Just over a minute into the race. About 400 meters into the race, it seems that the podium crew, as I call them, the first 3 spots in the race, are slightly pulling away from the rest of the pack, leading the rest by about 7 meters. Laddie barely holding on to a first place spot, Voynov 2 meters behind, and Young in third place about 3 meters behind. A very close race definitely here through the first 500 meters, just shy of 2 minutes in. As we hit the 2-minute mark here, Laddie about 3 meters in front in first place, followed closely by Young, just a meter behind her. Again, anyone's race at this point, a very close race, as the top 3, as I like to call them, the podium crew, are leading the rest of the group by about 9 meters. About 700 meters into the race, Laddie's still in the lead by just 3 meters and Young by 4 meters. Laddie's pulling a 28 stroke rate and a 153 split. Voynov in second, a 28 stroke rate and a 152 split. And Young in third with a 29 stroke rate and a 152 split. As you could tell, probably tell if you just look at the numbers, these top 3, Laddie, Voynov, and Young from Accra, Nereid, and MHS respectively, are very evenly matched in terms of ability. They're pulling pretty much the same rate and the same split for mostly the entire race. So it's going to be very hard for Voynov and Young to gain ground on one another because everyone is just so evenly matched in this race. Just shy of halfway through the race, about 3.5 minutes in. Top three leading the rest of the pack by about 12 meters. All right, most all boats pass through the halfway mark here. As Lady passes through the 950 mark. Leading by about 4 meters now to Voinov in second place, who is leading third place Young by just a meter. Again, this is a razor-thin race. This is going to be real interesting once we get to the sprint. And it's looking as of now that the sprint will determine this race. If they're going to be this close during the actual race, it's all about what they have left in the tank. Whoever has the most left in the tank is going to win this race. It's going to be very tight and very exciting. Just over 4 minutes into the race, passing through the 800-meter mark now. Laddie's still holding on to the lead by 4 meters. A lead and a lead length that she's held for most all of this race. And Young from MHS behind second place Voinov by about 3 meters. The top three leading the rest by about 15 meters. All this about 5 minutes into the race. As first place Laddie passes over the 600-meter mark, the sprint is fast approaching. Just over 5 minutes in. Laddie continuing the lead by 4 meters. A lead and a lead length that she has held for pretty much the entire race. And Young falling just slightly behind Voinov now, an extended lead of 6 meters. The question is, does Young have more left in the tank as she passes over the final 500-meter mark? Young is falling further back. The question is, will Lombardo come within striking distance for Nereid, get Nereid another podium spot? She's trailing by about 12 meters there. Laddie still in first by a lead of 3 meters. Voinov trying real hard to close that gap now. It's within a boat length there for Voinov, and Young is falling further back now, trailing by 11 meters in third place. Lombardo in fourth place, still about 12 meters behind Young. It'll be interesting to see if Lombardo can make a final push and try to get that third place spot on the podium. 6.5 meters into the race. Most everyone's past the 300-meter mark. And Voinov is making her move, just a meter behind Laddie as we enter the final 200 meters of this race. It's all going to come down to the wire right here. It looks like Young is going to stay in third place there, about 15 meters behind the two. Laddie and Voinov are neck and neck. Voinov's going to barely take it from Laddie this late in the race. Can Laddie contest it? Does Laddie have enough to contest it? Just a meter behind Voinov. This is going to be razor thin, folks, as Voinov takes a 3-meter lead from Laddie. It looks like Laddie does not have enough here. The lead is extending. Laddie now behind 5 meters now. And it's looking like it's Voinov's race. It seems like Laddie does not have anything left, has fallen back. The lead is extending, and Voinov will take the first place spot for Nereid with a time of 7 minutes, 24 seconds, .1. Laddie for Acker will finish in second with a time of 7 minutes, 25 seconds, .7. And Young will finish third for MHS with a time of 7 minutes, 28 seconds, .6. Another great race, very exciting across the board. And another first place podium spot for Nereid. An all-around very exciting race as we hit the 8-minute mark. Last two boats are coming to the finish line, and thus concludes the women's high school 2K category for this 2023 Ironman Erg Classic.
And we are back with the men's high school lightweight 2K. Attention, go. Starting off the race strong, we have Badra from BCRA, Cavanjulo from RC, Kelly from RC, Lakerman from RC as well. Cavanjulo is really pulling away with this one for RC. Same thing with Badra for BCRA. Lakerman for RC is up in front, not by much though. His colleague Cavanulo from RC as well, just right behind. Badra for BCRA now takes over second place. Rivera for RC in fourth. Very, very tight race so far in the first 150 meters. Cavanjulo for RC just took over second place from Badra for BCRA. Rivera and Kelly, the two colleagues for RC in fourth and fifth. And we got two RC colleagues in the 1 and 2 spots right now. 1, 2, 3, and 4, very, very tight race. A little bit distance once you get to the 5 and lower, but still a very, very close, tight-knit race. Lakerman for RC really making his voice known today. Stretching out of the lead by 9 meters at the moment. Rivera cutting into the lead at 2 now. Cavanjulo for RC at 3. Badra for BCRA now at 4. Morley for Bosco at 5. And then Acevedo for Bosco at 6. Cavanjulo's deficit is growing at 3rd place. Cavanjulo still at 3rd. Brian Acevedo for Don Bosco Prep has cut in to the top 5. Same thing with Morley for Don Bosco Prep. Badra has fallen down to 6. Never mind, now he's at the 7. And Kelly for RC is at the 5. Leckerman for RC, Rivera for RC, and Cavanjulo for RC makes up your top 3 racers. Very tight-knit 1-2 race with Lakerman and Rivera right now. Acevedo and Morley now going into the top 5 at the 3 and 4 spot. Morley for Don Bosco Prep, and now in the 3 spot, Rivera and Lakerman. RC still holding on to those 1 and 2 zones. We are now 700 meters into the race. Morley and Acevedo really, really, really close. 0 distance separating those two right now. We got a new person in the top 5, Gomez from Seton Hall Prep coming in. Cavanjulo and Kelly for RC falling down. Lakerman and Rivera representing RC extremely well, growing their lead to over 20 meters now. Morley and Acevedo still in those 3 and 4 spots though. Gomez for Seton Hall Prep is still in the 5. Kelly is trying to make a comeback at the 6th spot. Lakerman's just running away with this right now. Same thing with Rivera. Those 1 and 2 spots, that's going to be the deal later on in this race. We are now at the 1100 meter mark with 3 minutes, 23 seconds in. Liam Morley has taken his 3 spot, and Gomez for Seton Hall Prep is now at the 4. Brian Acevedo has fallen down to the 5 spot for Don Bosco Prep. Kelly Cavanjulo still fighting for the 6th spot. Sullivan and Fines down to 7 and 8. We have just passed the 1,000 meter mark, 350 into the race. Bunch of great programs here today. We have RC, Don Bosco Prep, Seton Hall Prep, BCRA, NBC. Great showing of programs today. Thank you to everyone who came out and came to this wonderful event. And thank you to those watching today's live stream presented by the Don Bosco Prep Media Club. Once again, the 1 and 2 spots is just Lakerman and Rivera. They've been fighting it out all game, all match, rather, all race. My apologies. We have just passed the 800 meter mark with 4:30 into the race. Morley and Gomez still battling out for that 3 spot, still holding on. For those of you who are watching it, not just listening, you can see Lakerman and Rivera continue to battle out for the 1 and 2. Morley and Gomez continue to battle out for the 3 and 4. 2 colleagues just battling it out. What more can you ask for at the Don Bosco Prep ERC Classic? We are now 5 minutes in today's race. Once again, this is a men's high school lightweight 2K. And look at this. Gomez has just passed Morley for the third spot. Gomez representing Seton Hall Prep very well. Only 1 meter separates Gomez and Morley. 10 meters now separate Rivera and Lakerman. But out of the top 4, you have Kelly and Tenanis separated by 60 and 70 meters for the 5 and 6 spots. It's really going to be a battle of the top 4 when we get down to it. And we are now in the sprint. This is where the good become great and the great become legends. Who will push through and who will grind this race out? $400 meters left to go. We are approaching 6 minutes of race time. Once again, your top 5 is looking like Lickerman from RC, Rivera from RC, Goins from Seton Hall Prep, and Morley from Bosco. Oh, and Kelly from RC. Apologies. Approaching 250 meters for this race. Once again, Lakerman is showing an absolutely stellar performance today. Approaching on 7 minutes in today's race, Lakerman and Rivera still at the 1 and 2. Gomez and Morley still at the 3 and 4. Kelly still at the 5. Once again, I don't see much room for change here, but you gotta remember, as I always say, the 100 meters is where it always gets tricked. Leads turn to deficits, and deficits turn to leads, and Lakerman will get the 1 spot. Rivera will get the 2. Gomez will get the 3. Morley will get the 4, and Kelly and Tenanis, who will get the 5. As I said, Lakerman, Rivera at the 1 and 2, Gomez at the 3, Morley at the 4. RCC All Prep and Bosco representing very well. And Kelly will get the last top 5 spot for RC. Tenanis will get the 6th spot for Seton Hall Prep. Sullivan finishes at 7. O'Connor finishes at 8. Fines finishes at 9. Acevedo will finish at the 10. Your top 10 consists of RC, Seton Hall Prep, and Don Bosco Prep. Absolutely wonderful showing. 11 is Badra for BCRA, Kim for NBC, Kevin Jula for RC, Nigel Van Duong for RC, and Troy Nash will be your 15th spot. Total race time, 8 minutes, 24 seconds. Thank you for joining us for today's Men's High School Lightweight 2K. See you at the next event. Signing off, this is ZQ. And we are back with another men's high school lightweight 2K event. We will be starting momentarily. Ready? Attention. Go. Once again, this is the men's high school lightweight 2K. Romani from FP off to a very, very hot start. Then was Colon Dominguez for BCRA. A lot of movement so far. We got Romani, Rigg, Jones, Colon Dominguez, and Bateman as your top 5. Colon Dominguez takes the number 1 spot in the first 150 meters. Now at the first 200 meters, Colon Dominguez for BCRA still at the 1, but we have Rigg for Montclair coming in close. Romani for FP following very shortly behind, and Rigg for Montclair takes the number 1 spot. Still a very, very tight-knit race, though. We're now reaching 300 meters in. We are now at a minute into the race. Your top 5 right now is looking like Rigg from Montclair, Romani from FP, Colon Dominguez from BCRA, and Logan Bateman from Montclair. Speaking of Logan Bateman, we do have a very special shout out for him. Logan Bateman. Good luck, Logan. Race well from Brooks. You heard that, Logan. Race well. A little bit of movement as I was reading that shout out. We still have Rigg at number 1, Romani at 2, Bateman at 3, and Rigg at 4, while you have Manaskis at 5. Some great programs represented in the top 5 as we have FP, Montclair, and Accra. Coming in to number 6, we have Clark from RC. Not much distance in between the top 5 right now, although we do have Jay Kamuskas from Accra going into the top 5 now at the number 4 spot. Still a very tight knit race, though. We have 4 meters in between number 1 and number 2, 2 meters in between the 3 and the 4, and 3 meters in between the 4 and the 5. Extremely tight knit race we have here today. Giacomuskas for Accra takes the number 3 spot as Bateman falls onto the 4 for Montclair. Romani still at the 2 for FP, and Rigg still at the number 1. Giacomuskas for Accra now takes over the 2 spot. Great comeback for him. Giacomuskas really closing in now at that lead. 2 meters separates the 1 and 2. Now only 1. We have now reached 900 meters. 3 minutes in. Giacomuskas and Rigg are now neck and neck. And Giacomuskas for Accra now takes the number 1 spot, while Rigg falls down to number 2 for Montclair alongside Bateman at the 3, Romani at the 4 for FP, and Rigg at the 5 for Montclair as well. Once again, this top 5 separated by 11 meters, neck and neck right now. Clark, Chachone, Burns, and Jones following all of those, 20 meters. Bateman now takes over the number 2 spot from his colleague Rigg at Montclair. We are now 1,100 meters into this race, 4 minutes in. As you can see in the lower right corner of your screen, you'll be able to see Giacomuskas really grinding this one out. We are now reaching 700 meters left, 4:30 into the race. Bateman and Reg still neck and neck with Giacomunskas at the 2 and 3, with Romani at the 4 and Chachon at the 5. Or my apologies, Reg at the 5. 3 of today's top 5 participants are representing Montclair High School. Number 1 is representing Accra, and number 4 is represented FP. We are now at 5 minutes and 500 meters to go. This is the sprint. This is where the good become great and the great become legends. Will Giacomunskas pull this one through, and will Bateman and Reg or Romani pull through and take over the lead? 14 meters separating the 1 and 2 spots for Bateman and Giacomunskas. 5 minutes, 35 seconds left, not left, into today's race. Giacomunskas really pushing through this lead, increasing his lead to 20 meters. If you're looking at the screen right now, everything below number 1 is pretty much up in the air. You have Bateman, Romani, Reg, Clark, Chachon, Reg, and Burns really battling this one out for the top 5 spots. Giacomunskas now at a 26-meter lead, 6 minutes into this one. Now his lead is up to 30 meters. Really grinding this one out, really pushing through. Giacomunskas and Accra really want to come out of this race with a statement win, and Giacomunskas will do just that, winning at first place with 6 minutes 49 seconds. Bateman's to follow, Romani at the 3, Reg at the 4, Clark at the 5, Chachon at the 6, Reg at the 7, Kamal at the 8, Burns at the 9, Jones should be at the 10, Gio Perot should be at the 11, Klachik at the 12, Elfstrom at the 13, Cologne Dominguez, at the 15 spot. Some amazing programs represented in today's race. We have Accra, Montclair, FP, RC. Accra once again, Montclair, RC, Don Bosco Prep, CN Hall Prep, and BCRA alongside St. Peter's Prep. Once again, some amazing programs as Colingo Dominguez goes into his final 50 meters. And the final race time for today's men's high school lightweight 2K is 8 minutes, 5 seconds. Thank you for watching. See you in the next event. Signing off, this is ZQ. And we are back for a men's high school 2K. Once again, a lot of great programs represent this one. We have Don Bosco Prep, Accra, NBC, Senior Hall Prep, BCRA, RC, and NIR.
When you do the it becomes great and great becomes legends. If you take the kind of messes with it.
The race should be starting momentarily. And we are back. Once again, this is for the men's high school 2K event. Ready. Attention. Go. Very quick start to this one in the first 50 meters. Goatski from BCRA and Edmonds from BCRA leads in those 1 and 2. Representing Don Bosco Prep at the 3 and 4, we have Dustin Zarate and Robbins. Speaking of Dustin Zarate, we have a little shout out for him. Let's go D-Storm. In the first 100 meters, our top 5 is looking like Goatski from BCRA, Edmonds from BCRA, Robbins from Bosco, Zarate from Bosco, and Somenti from NBC. Top 5 looks pretty, honestly, solidified right now. But you have Maridai from Accra really coming in. Now you have Vega from NBC cutting it close alongside Maridai. Mallardy from RC is also making a case. Now you have Robbins from Don Bosco Prep cutting into the 2 spot. But Goski is really just running away with this one at the moment as we reach the first 400-meter mark. Simone Netti from NBC takes the number 3 away from Edmonds. Goski's just running away with the 1 right now. 21 meters ahead. Simone Netti at the 3, Robbins at the 2, Edmonds at the 4. the lead just keeps growing and growing for Goatski. I will say the 2 and 3 spots, that's head to head right now. 0 meters separates Robbins and Simonetti. Same thing with the 4 and 5. You have Edmonds and Zarate battling out with 3 meters in between. You have Simonetti going at the 2, replacing Robbins, who has fallen down to the number 3 spot. Vega for NBC running at the 6. For those of you who may be curious, we have Zeropoulos at the bottom of the rankings. He is a scratch for today's race. 2 minutes 30 seconds in, and we are 750 meters in. Seems like a good, solid race so far, as Goski just continues to run away with it. 26 meters now. Robin Simonetti still head-to-head at the moment, as Edmonds and Zarate still battling for those 3 and 4 spots. We have another shout out. Good luck, Andrew. That goes to Andrew Valentino. Go Bosco. And one more shout out. We have one that says, go Julian. Let's go, Julian. Goatski continues to build his lead up to 30 meters now, as Simonetti is falling behind at the 2, and Robbins and Zarate still keep those 3 and 4 spots with Edmonds at the 5. If you look at your screen right now as we reach the 1100 meter mark, the 1 is pretty solid with Goatski, but you look down, it is just completely staggered from the 2 all the way to the bottom with Andrew Valentino. It's a really head-to-head match right now if you want to be in the top 5. Edmonds has replaced Zarate 4 and 5 right now. Just reached the 800 meter mark with 4:23 into the race. Just to give you a heads up on top 5, we have Goatski from BCRA, Simonetti from NBC, Robbins from Bosco, Edmonds from BCRA, and Zarate from Bosco. We are now reaching the 700 meter mark for Goatski. 20 meters separates Goatski and Simonetti. Another 20 separates Simonetti and Robbins. Vega has taken over Zarate in the top 5 spot. 5 minutes into the race now, approaching the 600 meter mark. Simonetti really cutting his lead down all the way from 30, now at 14 meters behind. 13 now, really trying to grind this one out, try to get that first place finish. But I think it might be pretty hard to beat Goatski considering how he started this one. Robbins has now in the 5 spot now. Vega at the 4, Edmonds at the 3. Inez has come up for Bosco at the 6. Now only 7 meters separates Simonetti and Goatski as we approach the 400 meter mark, 5 minutes, 50 seconds into the race. What can I say? 1 2 just running away with this one right now. Goatski and Simonetti very far ahead, as you have Edmonds and Vega just falling behind, still representing the 3 and 4 though for their respective clubs. Now approaching 300 meter mark. 6 minutes, 16 seconds in. Now only 2 meters, 1 meter separating Simonetti and Goatski. Whoa, Simonetti take the number 1 spot away from Goatski, who has had it this whole race. Now approaching 200 meters. And Simonetti has taken the number 1 spot away from Goatski in the final 200. Once again, this is where the legend, this is where the great become legends and the good become great. Ghost Cat's taking over the number 1 spot again. Simonetti not far behind. This is a neck-to-neck race. Simonetti now taking a 1 spot back again. We are now in the final 100. This is where leads turn to deficits turn into leads. And I think this will be proven here. Ghost is falling behind by 10 meters now. Simonetti is solidifying his spot at the 1. Will he finish at the 1? Emin the Vega at the 3 and 4. Millardi at the 5. And as Robin and Zarati at the 6, 7, and 8. And Simonetti will get the number 1 spot. Ghost get the 2. Edmonds at the 3. Vega at the 4. Millardi will be your 5. What an amazing finish by Simonetti to get ahead of Goatski in those final meters. Millardi will be your 5. Enyes will be your 6. Rollins will be your 7. Zarati will be your 8. All for Don Bosco Prep. Maridai at your 9. Lazinski at your 10. Chatterjee at your 11. Navia at your 12. Rada will be your 9 for NIR. And not your 9, apologies, your 13. And Valentino will be your 14 to finish off this race. An amazing showing by everyone here. Total race time, 8 minutes, 7 seconds. Bunch of great programs represented here. Thank you. Signing off for this event, this is ZQ. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for another men's high school 2K event.
We had like 20 for this race. We had so many shout-outs for this race.
Ready? Attention. Go. We only have one. I don't know what you said. Taking a commanding lead, you have Allen the Force from Seton Hall Prep. Following shortly behind, you have Carol from RC and Korkmaz from Seton Hall Prep as well. Then you have Modharian from Don Bosco Prep. Following Modharian, you have Bush from NBC, Levi from NBC, and Hertzberger from RC alongside Robinson and Kavanaugh for Seton Hall Prep. Hertzberger has taken over Levi. Bush has taken over Modharian. Levi has taken over Hertzberger. Troshamuk has taken over Robinson. Very tight race for 2, 3, and 4 spots right now. As you can see on your screen, only 1 meter separating all of them as we reach the first part, as Bush has taken over Korkmaz. Hertzberger has taken over Levi. Bush has taken over Carroll for the number 2 spot. Carroll has taken his number 2 spot back from Bush. Robinson clapping up the rankings for Seton Hall Prep. And Bush has taken a number 1 spot for NBC as Allen the Force has fallen down to 3 for Seton Hall. Carroll still riding at the 2. Allen the Force and Korkmaz riding for Seton Hall Prep at the 3 and 4. Hertzberger at the 5. Levi at the 6. Modharian at the 7. Robinson at the 8. Trochamuk at the 9 and Everett at the 10. Korkmaz has taken over Allen the Force. Hertzberger has taken over Allen the Force for RC. Reaching 750 meters here, 2 minutes 40 seconds. Once again, a 1, 2, and 3 spot, very neck to neck. Number 2 is only 2 meters behind Bush. Now Korkmaz takes the number 2. Carroll at the 3. Bush at the 1. And then behind that, you have the 4 and 5, only 6 meters apart from the 1. This is anyone's race at the moment. Now you have Korkmaz for Seton Hall Prep at the 1, Bush at the 2, Carroll at the 3, Hertzberger at the 4, Levi at the 5. Very, very contentious race so far as we are 3 minutes in. Modharian keeping a steady pace at that number 6 spot. And here we are at the halfway point. This is where things get a little tricky. You might have gone too hard in the beginning, and now you're starting to fall apart. But guess what? This is where you got to push through, and this is where you got to grind it out. Bush now at the number 2 spot. Carroll takes over the number 3. Korkmaz now taking over the number 1 spot for Seton Hall Prep. Hertzberger in amazing fashion takes the number 2 spot. Your top 5 right now is Korkmaz, Hertzberger, Bush, Carroll, and Levi. Carroll has taken over number 3 from Bush. We are now reaching the 800-meter mark with 4 minutes and 12 seconds into the race. Levi's taking over Bush. Once again, Quark Moz, a great showing for Seton Hall Prep in this event. You have Quark Moz kind of not going away with it just yet, but getting there. But then below that, you just have head-to-head all the way through. As we approach the 600-meter mark, I would just like to give a quick shout-out to Nicholas Trochimuk. Good luck. We are 5 minutes into this race. Quark Moz still holding a 6-meter lead against Herzberger, while Bush and Levi for NBC are steadying in at 12. Levi is taking over Bush. Herzberger is still at the 2. Bush almost took him over. Quarkmont still running at 3, but Herzberger is really coming for that spot. He wants it, and he's going to grind it out. We're in the final sprint here. 400 meters left to go. This is where the good become great and the great become legends. Will Quarkmont finish first, or will Herzberger come in the clutch for this race? We have now reached the final 300, 6 minutes into the race. Top 5 is Quarkmont, Herzberger, Bush, Levi, and Carroll. 2 for NBC, then there's RC, and another RC again for Herzberger and Quarkmont and Seton Hall Prep. Final 200 meters here. 6 minutes, 28 seconds into the race. Quarkmont is falling behind. Herzberger is going to take the number 1 spot. Herzberger is taking the number 1 spot in the final 100 meters. As I said earlier, the final 100 meters is where leads turn into deficits and deficits turns into leads. And we see that right here with Herzberger taking over the number 1 spot away from Quarkmont and Seton Hall Prep. Levi and Bush for NBC still at the 3 and 4. And Herzberger is going to take number 1 away from Quarkmont and Seton Hall Prep. Herzberger, great showing for RC. Quarkmont for number 2 in Seton Hall Prep. And they have Carroll taking over to number 4 away from Robinson. You have Levi for NBC, Carroll for RC, Robinson for Seton Hall Prep, Bush for NBC, Valenti for Bosco, Evers for RC, Byrne for Seton Hall Prep, Burns from Seton Hall Prep, Kavanaugh for Seton Hall Prep, Motaharian for Bosco, Poblete for Bosco, Manovich for RC, Trochimuk for Bosco, Allen DeForce for Seton Hall Prep, and Reyes for RC. Absolutely amazing race we had on our hands today. Amazing programs showing it out. As you have RC, Seton Hall Prep, NBC, Bosco. Final race time for this is 7 minutes, 46 seconds. Thank you once again for watching today's races. We have 1 or 2 more coming right up. Thank you once again. This has been ZQ signing off. And we are back for another men's high school 2K. Welcome back. Race should be starting momentarily. Ready. Attention. Go. Griffiths for Montclair High School off to a very, very, very hot start. Same thing with Snyder at Montclair. These Montclair guys know how to start, but will they finish? Snyder, Griffiths, and Kugelmas for Montclair High School taking up the 1, 2, 3. Foucher for NBC at the 4. Walker for Montclair at the 5. D'Amato. Never mind, we had a little bit of a switch up here. You have Snyder and Griffiths at the 1, 2 for Montclair. Foucher for NBC at the 3. Kugelmas at the 4. Walker at the 5 for Montclair. Perkle at the 6. Wang at the 7. We're now 300 meters into the race and just about a minute into the race as well. Now we have Karen into the top 6. My apologies, the top 5 now, representing Don Bosco Prep. Now he's in number 4. No change in the top 3 though. Kugelmas has went down to the 5 spot. Perkle has gone down to 6 as Karen has taken over. We do have a shout out. Harry Finnegan, good luck, represent Bosco well. Go Harry, row fast. Snyder at the 1 still, but we have switch up in 2 and 3 as we have Foucher for NBC taking over the 2 over Griffiths from Montclair. Karen's still running at the 4 and Kugelmas still at the 5. Kugelmas, apologies. The 1 and 2 spots are just running away at this point. But Connor and Karen for Don Bosco Prep really coming in, taking over the number 3 spot now. The 1 spot does not really seem to be safe at the moment as you have Foucher come in and close. Everything below 3 spots up for grabs as we see Foucher for NBC take over the 1 spot. Your top 5 right now consists of Foucher for NBC, Snyder for Montclair, Karen for Bosco, Kenzik for NBC, Kugelmas for Montclair. Your 1, 2, and 3 is pretty solidified at this time as we reach the 1100 meter mark. But your 4 and 5 really, really neck and neck as we approach 3 minutes, 14 seconds of race time. Foucher still protecting that number 1 lead, but not by much as Snyder is 3 meters in, and Karen for Don Bosco Prep only 7 meters behind Foucher. I truly believe this will be a race that comes down to your final efforts. You have to race all the way through. Karen for Don Bosco Prep has taken over the number 2 spot over Snyder from Montclair High School, as Foucher is still protecting that number 1 lead for NBC. Karen's really coming in close here. He wants that 1 spot. Will he get it as we reach the final 600 meters of this race? Almost at the sprint here at 4:54. We have approached the sprint. As I've said many times before, it's where the good become great and the great become legends. Will Karen take over this number 1 spot, or will Snyder go up to 1, or will Foucher protect his number 1 spot as he's been doing for the majority of this race as we approach 400 meters? Would you look at this? Kendrick's for NBC at the number 4 spot, really coming in close now. Really pushing his body to the max. Now it looks like Foucher's starting to run away with it, but ever so slightly, as there's still only a 9-meter difference in between the 1 and 2, 3 and 4. The 3, Connor Karen has fallen down to the 4 spot as Snyder has taken over. At the 3, and Senges has taken over the 2. We're in the final 200 meters here. We're about to approach the 100-meter mark. This is where deficits become leads and leads become deficits. Will Foucher protect his lead, and will Senges finish at 2, or will he go to 1? Snyder and Karen are going to, it looks like they're going to finish at the 3 and 4, as they're falling behind ever so slightly. But King from Seton Hall Prep might get that lead. Foucher wins at the 1 spot for NBC. Senges for 2 for NBC. Snyder's going to get your 3. Karen at your 4. King for Seton Hall Prep at your 5. That's your top 5, folks. Foucher and Senges for NBC. Snyder for Montclair. Karen for Don Bosco Prep. And King for Seton Hall Prep. And you have Kugelmans for Montclair at the 6. Harry Finnegan for Don Bosco Prep at your 7. Wang for NBC at your 8. Gooser Wildmer for Seton Hall Prep at your 9. And Perkel for your 10 from Montclair. The final time for this race is 7 minutes, 15 seconds. Thank you all for watching this race. We have one final race coming after this. I hope you've enjoyed so far, and I hope you're excited for the rest. Thank you once again. Signing off, this has been ZQ. Welcome back for our final race. This is a men's high school 2K. Ready? Attention. Oh, we got a false start. In boat 16 and 17. So that's NBC and Seton Hall Prep. Ready. Attention. Go. Grosso for Seton Hall Prep off the hot start. Then for Novice and Don Bosco Prep. But look here, Montclair and Gagon. Very hot start. As always, Montclair comes out to a very hot start, but will they finish strong? When you're racing a 2K, it's all about your efforts all the way through, not just the beginning. Gagon still leading for Montclair. Parasis for Montclair at the 2. Troy, Montclair at the 3. Not by much, though. Then you have Cronin at Montclair as well. Top 4 is just Montclair through and through. Definitely not the first time we've seen that today. You have Antich at the 5 for NBC. Gagon is really making his lead known, over 10 meters now from second place. Now you have Harrison Bogart from RC hopping in to the top 5 and 6 spots. A little bit of switch here. Cronin falls down and Bogart goes up. You have RC and Montclair making up the top 5. Gagon is really pushing his lead to the max right now, still at 15, 16 meters now against his fellow Montclair colleagues, as Harris takes over the number 3 spot from Troy and Montclair representing RC here. About 800 meters into this 2K at the 1,200 meter mark, 2 minutes and 37 seconds in. As Gagon makes his lead more well known, let's go over some of the fantastic schools racing in today's race. Montclair, not just schools, we also have clubs, my apologies. Montclair, RC, NBC, Don Bosco Prep, St. Peter's Prep, Seton Hall Prep. A list of amazing rowing teams. Gagon in Paris is still running out Montclair at the 1 and 2, although Gagon is really pushing through, 25 meters ahead of Ferris. Then you have Harris at the 3, Bogart at the 4, and then Troy, also representing Montclair, at the 5. Past the halfway mark right now. Will these people grind it out, or are they just saving it all for the beginning? We'll find out. Gagon is really pushing through right now, still 28 meters ahead at the 800 meter mark, as we are 3 minutes 50 seconds into the race. Four minutes into the race now, approaching the 700 meter mark. Top 5 at the moment is going ahead by 30 meters against second place Ferris and colleague from Montclair High School. But at the 2, 3, and 4 spots, you have a very tight-knit match as you have 30 meters, 38 meters, and 43 meters from Montclair and 2 RC members as we are 4 minutes, 40 seconds into the race. We are now in the sprint section of this race where the good becomes great, great become legends. Who will push through? Who will grind it out? Who will win? Montclair is looking good right now with Gagone and Ferris at the top 2 positions. But then don't forget you have Harrison Bogart at the 3 and the 4 for RC. Trawler has bumped into the top 5 for Montclair. Now approaching 300 meter mark, 5 minutes, 30 seconds. Gagone's lead is getting slimmer and slimmer as we approach the 100 meter mark, and Ferris might just win. No, maybe. Not yet. Once again, this is the 100 meter mark where leads become deficits and deficits become leads. Ferris is only 3, 2, and Gagone will win. Ferris will get 2nd, Harris will get 3rd, Bogart will get 4th, as Trawler will get 5th. That is your top 5. Gagone and Ferris from Montclair, Harrison Bogart from RC, and Trawler from Montclair. As Trawler gets your 6th and to get your 7th. McCod will get your 8, Novoselic will get your 9, Cronin will get your 10, Grostelli will get your 11 for Seton Hall. Connor Carroll will get your 12 for Bosco. Spain will get your 13 for Seton Hall. Williams will get your 14 for Montclair. And Ferrulo will get your 15 for NBC. Total race time, 7 minutes, 1 second. For the final time, have a great rest of your day as we just finished up an amazing day of competitions and racing here at the Ironman Classic. Don't forget the 10th annual Ironman Classic here at Don Bosco Prep. Thank you to all the schools that showed out. Once again, signing off, this has been ZQ.